Welcome, everybody, to our latest week of Epic Blunders. We're back with our main character arc. Missing just Link tonight, but we will do our best to keep him out of danger or kill him or, whatever comes up. 2 weeks ago, we appeared in Xarzith Kitril. You guys finally got rid of your sea legs and made it to land. You walked
Thank
up.
the gods.
Yeah. A good chunk of the ravine, the Dreammoth Ravine, until you made it to the city that some of you knew by reputation. Some of you maybe knew because you grew up a little bit closer to it. But this city was a lot more... well, not a lot more. It is heavily Dragonborn only. Not by virtue of necessarily any sort of racist tendencies, but because this is kind of, let's pick up the pieces from the fallen empire of Draconia. These are mostly Ravenites, so the ones without tails, who had spent the majority of the last couple of centuries basically operating as the slave labor for the Drakenblood, who were the ones with tails. So you do see a few Drakenblood here and there, but they seem to kind of be the more menial labor this time around. This town is just a couple thousand people, short of 10,000. You haven't seen that many at all, and this is a relatively narrow feature. I think we established that last week, but you really have about 30 to 40 feet from one side of this corridor to the other side, where it kind of has open air market stalls and that type of thing. Most of the rest of what you have seen is built up into the walls of the ravine itself, and it seems like most of these buildings you've gone into are just kind of small facade types of spaces, and then the large portion of the building itself is built into the mountains. So you made it in there. You went to the nearest tavern. Does anybody remember that one?
Notes. There were two. Crap, I hadn't opened it up yet.
We had the Jagged Jackdaw.
Yeah, that's the one that we're currently staying in.
And the Struggling Drake, I believe.
Yes, that was the one further north that we were told about by the guards.
Yes. So yeah, you guys went to the Jackdaw, spent some time there, some well-needed R&R, a little bit of frivolities. Some of you drank a little too much, got a little too blackout drunk, and slept a little too long outside, exposed to the night air. But as far as you know, nothing ill happened to you, and you were able to kind of reconvene in the morning. And you investigated a couple different things. One, you went to the temple of the Storm Lord, which seems to be the primary active temple here in the area. We're trying to question some of the people there to get information, and discovered relatively quickly that, well, in order to get anything for an outsider, you need to prove yourself. So Willem now has a date for a sparring match of sorts, a challenge in the arena. The pit is what they called it, for tomorrow morning. And then some of you went out and explored the thoroughfare a little bit more, tried to gather information, and Grola took a little walk further up the ravine, where you have discovered a couple of different things during the course of your conversations and your excursions. One, there's some miners that are about a week late in returning. Nothing immediately questionable there, but it was something that was potentially problematic. And there is rumors of some sort of these shadowy beings or creatures that are popping up, and most of the people don't seem to have a whole lot of a frame of reference for them. It's mostly just kind of hearsay about what's going on, but the rumor is that wherever these shadows appear, people have also begun disappearing. They say that the leadership has had a little bit of experience or a little bit of interest in following up with that, but they don't want to scare anybody, so they haven't made any official announcement until they have some type of evidence one way or the other as to what's going on. So you kind of have three things potentially that you wanted to look into. You're also currently sitting at a little past midday, and you are about ready to head into the ravine itself. And you were reminded or warned by one of the guards that if you make it back after sundown, the gates are closed and they do not open for anyone until morning. What would you like to do?
How long before Willem's meet?
That was morning, tomorrow morning.
Okay, well, how many hours before sundown this time of year?
You're in the middle of our equivalent of like a November. I could give you the exact name of the month, but it's that type of thing. So you're mid-fall at this point. So sundown, I would say, just to be safe, you probably don't want to be gone any later than probably about 7 p.m. and even then maybe a little late.
So we've got a few hours.
The other thing that Grohl had heard was specifically where the miners were headed was at least a half a day's walk.
So no way we're going to get there.
Yeah, we're not going that far yet. That'll be tomorrow after Willem's meeting.
And even then, we still need to be able to make it back here in time. So if anything, we'll be out for a few hours and then need to take the next extra few hours to get back.
Either that or we'll need to be prepared to camp out with all the risks.
I have no intention of camping. This is a reconnaissance, nothing more.
Yeah, we're just gonna walk around and look at
All right.
walls and things.
Well, then let's get looking. At least get an idea of what's been going on.
Yeah, you guys are actually where we left off. You were already outside the city gates, and you were planning on starting to head north up through the ravine.
Yeah.
So I mean, you're welcome to turn
let's
back
do
around
that.
and head back into the city, but you're going to look a little silly.
Right.
Well, let's go.
We're looking for runes for whiskey, right?
But we're looking for missing miners.
Right, but that's a half day out.
That's unless they're trying to make it back to the city. They may already have made it back our way. Somebody said they're overdue. So
Let's head north for now for a few hours and see what we can find.
Sounds about as good as anything else.
All right.
All right, what's your marching order? You have plenty of space. You really could go all 8 of you wide if you wanted to, but my guess is you probably have more of a 2x2 type of thing going on.
the usual Willem will take up rear guard unless someone else wants it.
Grolin's taking lead at this point.
I'll take lead with
All right.
Grolid.
I'll be
Stick to the
behind
middle.
them. Yeah, I'll be behind Grolid and I'll just be keeping an eye out for anything that may look like a shadowy. Basically, I'll be looking for anything that looks out of place in a forest, I guess.
All right, and Nona, do you want further up or further back?
Further up, I guess near Pix or behind
Okay,
him.
I'll put you with, because Link isn't here to say that he's up in the front. I'll put you up with Pix, and then Link will take rear guard with Willem.
Okay.
I'll go in front of Willem.
Yeah, so I've got Anna and Grolid, I've got Nona and Pix, I've got Whiskey and Ryan, and I've got Link and Willem.
Sounds good.
All right.
Good.
So you guys head out. Grolid, you've already seen a good half hour of this first walk as you headed down. It is not a whole lot to look at. It's beautiful at first, especially if you're not used to mountainous terrain, and it's relatively dry here. You feel like if it wasn't such a cold space, it would feel more like a desert. But just as I explained to you, and the rest of the party is able to see this as well, you're very quickly, once you start heading further north, the temperature begins to drop. And up at the tops, those of you who have decent eyesight, the top of the ravine, the parts that's actually visible, you see whatever foliage and growth there has a light dusting of snow on it. This far in the ravine, and especially the way the kind of the wind patterns work and everything, you don't have much going on here, but it's dry and getting colder.
Pix kind of shivers for a moment, pulls his cloak a little closer around him, and was like, "You weren't kidding."
It's not terrible right now, but the temperature change is the interesting thing. You came from just yesterday, a like almost tropical island.
Well, I imagine Pix is also used to warmer climates as well. So
to some degree, yeah. Bazozan and Asarius is a little bit warmer. There's not a lot. Yeah, there's not a lot in the main part of Wildemount itself that is overly hot. You have Port Damali, Nicodranus, that whole area. The Menagerie Coast is a little bit more of a tropical feel, but a good chunk, especially of the Empire, is actually relatively, think like Midwest United States.
Okay.
So when it has the winters, it's relatively cold. The southern parts seem to be usually the warmer climates, and so that's why this is a little bit weird, because even Grolid or potentially Nona could tell you where they're used to, just north of this area in the plains and where their tribes were. That area is a lot more dry and warm. But yeah, for here, it's just kind of weird and out of place, and all of you kind of notice it right away as you're traveling.
I also imagine I'm not quite as built, so I don't have quite as much insulation going for me.
That's probably the big thing that you notice is that because of the change, then it's all of a sudden, oh, it's really cold. Similarly to, we all live here in Florida. If it drops from the 80s to the 50s, then you're like, oh, it's a little bit chilly. But anybody who lives up north is like, oh, 50 degrees, that's warm. So similar thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you're winding your way up. Why don't you, the people up front, Anna and Grolid, both give me a perception check just to see what you see.
18 for Grolid.
Oh, Anna, have you done your portent rolls yet?
I think they.
I
she
believe
still got
so.
them from last week.
I don't think if this is a new day, then I can roll. But if not, I still have it.
Yeah, you're still in the middle of that same day. You'll just have to scroll up and find it.
Yeah, I got them. I too got 18.
Anything in particular that you are looking for, or is it just kind of casual observation as you move?
Grolid's just keeping an eye open for, anything at this point. Trying to take in, like I said, this is a recon.
I'm looking for, I guess, individuals, seeing like if we could see miners or if there's like potentially bandits, but mostly for the miners that she's kind of looking out for.
So you're looking more for people type or traces of civilization. Grolid, I'd imagine a lot of your emphasis may be on creatures because that's your bread and butter anyway, right? Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. On it. Okay. Here's the other question for all of you. You said let's just start walking and see, go for a couple hours. How long are you wanting to walk here?
Grolin is going to try and keep track hour by hour so that he can see how far the sun has moved, because Grolin is very intent on not making it back.
With Anna being the astromancer that she is, she's not quite keen-minded in that she knows exactly what time of day it is all the time, but she can take a quick look at the sun and be pretty spot on with her estimate. So so between you actively paying attention to that and Anna just kind of passively, I'd imagine you guys have a pretty good frame of reference. And the sun is overhead. You can see it kind of making its way from further east, or basically directly overhead when you start, to continuing traveling westward. If you're wanting to make it back by 7, and we're talking it's 1 or 2, you're going to travel, 2, maybe 2.5 hours, assuming you're just going to go to a point and then turn around and walk back and not get accosted. I'm just trying to figure out how far you're traveling.
Like I said, for the start, Grolin's only going to go for about an hour, because I'm also taking into account the idea that suns set a little sooner when there's a lot of tall mountains to block the sun.
It at least seems like it, for sure. You're going to have that red glow for a lot longer. So you guys make your way for a good bit, for an hour or so. Grolin, most of this looks super familiar to you because you walked at least half of this on your own. Same thing, there's not really much to go off of. There's also not a whole lot of foot traffic, but that seems like, based on what you've picked up around here, and especially from the guards, it seems like that's kind of usual. They're very insular and want to be self-reliant instead of relying on traders and merchants to bring things in for them. So there's not a whole lot. Really, you pass nobody as you're moving through. You'll see wagon marks and that type of thing, but it doesn't seem like a well-traveled ravine itself. There's not really a whole lot right here that catches your eye for the first hour.
Grolin will continue on for about another hour then, unless the group gives him reason not to.
I'm just keeping my own eye open for anything. So unless I spot anything that they haven't already, then I don't give a reason not to.
Yeah, unless anybody else is searching specifically for something in particular, I'm not going to have everybody make a perception check, because that's just a waste of rolls.
Yeah, that's fine.
So this is a group check, but the people in the front are doing the checking.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, so you continue for another hour, potentially, unless someone stops you along the way. And there's still not a whole lot. You do start to make out, I'll keep these same rolls, at least for this particular stretch of path. You do see what looks like potential dig sites, or maybe former dig sites. There's a couple of looks like cave entrances, but a good number of them have been boarded off and have notes on them in Draconic, which, Grolin, with your helm you can read. I'm not sure if anybody else innately knows Draconic.
No.
Okay, yeah.
No.
So Grolin, with your helm, you can definitely run your hand across it and read. It basically is saying finished. You're getting the impression that they've gotten what they can get out of here. It's not a keep out sign so much as don't bother for a number of these. And the closest ones that you come across are the ones that look the oldest, which would make sense. If they're trying to build up, they want to start close to home and continue to work their way further and further out. But none of these look like they've been disturbed recently either, at least from a quick glance. If you want to do a little more investigation, you can, but just at a basic perception check. It doesn't seem like they've been disturbed in the last week or so, at least.
Now, if a cursory glance doesn't show any obvious reason for more scrutiny, then I'll move on.
That's 2 hours in. How far would you like to go?
So if we were to turn around now, actually, you know what, better yet, Anna, how much further do you think we could go before we would be pushing our luck?
Well, we can push our luck with the elements if we want to spend the night out on the road. Or do you mean push our luck in terms of making it back?
Yeah,
yes.
Making it back. I cannot miss my appointment tomorrow.
Well, I mean, you're...
Not unless you want to offend the Church of Court.
No, that's not it. I was just wondering if, we could still make it back by tomorrow morning, but it all depends what everyone is interested in pursuing.
I'd prefer that Willem had proper rest before his trial.
Yes.
And I think it would be prudent to be back inside the walls at night until we're more
Say we
familiar
push
with the
on
area.
for.
Then I would say 2 more hours.
2 more hours would put you at about 4 p.m. Give or take 10-15 minutes, put you right around 4 p.m.
Which would then require a 4-hour trip back. So
I think closer to 1.
It'll bring us back for a little after sunset, sundown.
yes, we wish to make
Remember,
it
he
back.
said sundown was about 7.
I didn't hear you.
Right,
Yeah,
we haven't been traveling all day. I don't think we'll be exhausted from this trek, but it's just a little bit of night travel.
Yes,
Do they
but
not
the gates
close
will be
the
closed
gate?
after sun.
Yes,
Doesn't mean we can't just camp out right outside and be at the gate.
there is a reason why they closed the gates, I presume.
As much as I'd prefer camping in the wilderness to sleeping in a city, I think it best if we're inside the gates when they close. Perhaps 45 minutes further and then turn around.
That sounds prudent.
Because I haven't done this in a little bit, and possibly since your last level up, can everybody do a quick run the command passive space perception, so I can get your most updated passive numbers? I think they're relatively the same, but I have been guessing largely lately. A lot of 16s.
Good grief, Anna.
I added the advantage only because I have advantage innately on perception. Actually, no, that's site specific. So if you want the regular, it's 18, but I can run that again.
I'll just write them both down.
Sorry.
23 and 18, depending on. Got it.
Yeah, on site.
And your other one is just the insight one, right? The insight also has a natural +5.
Insight is natural +5. Investigation is natural +5. From my
and investigation too,
race,
yeah.
and then
Gotcha.
and then and then I guess stealth, since the cloak that I'm wearing. But
Right. If you ever needed a passive stealth, which isn't
right.
technically a thing, but it could be. Okay, good enough. As you guys are having this conversation, I would say a Pix, Grolid, Whiskey, and Anna all notice just the slightest bit of flutter from some of the greenery up closer to the tops of the ravine. Just something moves from one of the bushes to another small shrub.
We're being watched by something.
I'll summon Harry. Harry, could you be careful, but could you take a look up there near that foliage at the top of the ravine?
Yeah, he hunches a little bit and kind of squints and then takes off. Is he still a seagull?
Unfortunately, yes. I haven't had a chance to
okay. So yeah, you get a mine, and then just takes off and flaps up. You can have him roll a perception check.
Yep.
I don't know if you still have him set to the owl.
What do I know of the creatures that and animals and whatnot that would be native to this area?
Outside of potentially creatures who in the last 30 or so years have come in that like a little bit colder climate, it's largely arid, mountainous types of creatures. These are pretty sharp cliffs. So since you kind of spotted the flutter, you almost assume it's either something that can climb like with hands or something that flies, because it's not like a mountain goat could necessarily. That could stand up on the top of the entire ravine, but it's not like there's cliffs and perches to jump from rock to rock or anything on here. Is that the seagull's numbers or is that the owl's numbers?
Well, since there wasn't an actual seagull, I do remember that we were thinking
probably like a hawk.
Okay, we'll just
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
gotcha.
That's the hawk's numbers. It's just they also happen to have advantage on sight checks.
He flies up a little higher to get a better vantage point, and you hear almost like this shocked squawk, and he dives back down. You get the impression, this telepathic impression from him, that there's a bunch of creepy looking creatures that he's giving you two different mental images at the same time. One is that of a bat and one is that of a mosquito, but you definitely get the impression that he's kind of trying to tell you it's not two creatures, it's the same creature.
Okay. Well, thank you, Harry. Harry saw up there some sort of creatures that seemed to be both a bat and a mosquito. He gave me the impression of both, but it seemed like they were the same thing. These two things combined, maybe? Does that sound like anything familiar to any of you?
And at that, player is pretty sure he knows what you're describing, but how likely is Grolid to?
I mean, Grolid being the monster hunter, there's a shot he could recognize almost anything. You can make a nature check if you'd like.
Hicks, is it anything like the creatures that were in Lynx Mountain?
That's a 22. And before you tell me what they are, Anthony, can I go ahead and make my player's guess?
Sure.
Sturges? Yeah. Thought so. Grolid looks a touch concerned, but go ahead with what you were saying, Whiskey, and then Grolid will speak again.
Did they seem similar to what we saw?
You guys fought werebats.
Werebats.
Oh, is that what we fought?
There was another.
Okay,
there was another type
exactly
of creature there, but this is not the same. I don't remember off the top of my head what the other thing was, but no, these are not the same at all.
I think you described them as weird floating squid.
Yes, I can't remember the name of them, but yeah, they like attached themselves to your face, and you were blinded and was trying to like feed off of your.
They're called face huggers. Just
But no, I don't think so, Whiskey. They not quite the same.
Good. Then that means that the wizard is not around.
The longer that you all are staying put and just kind of having quiet conversation, the more that you see a couple of them flitter around.
Yeah, no, they're not that. That could be a reason to why people are disappearing, because they're getting eaten.
They're probably about the same size as Harry in his seagull form, maybe slightly smaller.
Okay.
Do you think these are the creatures that may have made the miners go missing?
Are we moving? Because I think we might be getting surrounded.
Yes, we're moving.
Backwards, actually.
I believe
because your passive is high enough now, and especially since you've seen them a little bit more, you're definitely seeing a lot more of this movement. It seems like there's not more necessarily showing up. It's just that you guys are finally kind of honing in on their presence.
Yeah, there's quite a few of these individuals.
There's at least half a dozen here.
Back up.
For sure.
Okay, I have an idea, but I have to look it up.
All right, we're going, but Grolid, what are these things?
Sturges. They're blood-sucking flying creatures. They feed much the way mosquitoes do, except they're a great deal larger and a great deal more dangerous outside of disease-carrying mosquitoes. Depending on their numbers, a threat to us. Potentially not, depending on their numbers.
How about a half dozen?
Or more?
If we outnumber them, we're probably in no real danger. However, I don't think we'll outnumber them. If you're noticing potentially a half dozen, there may be more that just haven't.
Like a flock of sturges?
Yes, something like that.
Rolled with that nature check, you know the biggest thing that you guys have to worry about with sturges is if they potentially find a target that is not paying attention and can feed off of you for a good chunk of time without you realizing it. That they're really pretty weak and probably, like you said, have no chance to stand up against the likes of any adventuring party unless they just had overwhelming numbers. So the threat is real, but your hackles are not necessarily overly raised. It's just mostly right now, this is the first sign of life you've seen of any sort, which is why it stands out to you in particular.
Oh, that's right. You did mention that a couple weeks ago.
Yes, this is something to keep in mind when we come back through here on a more extended trip, especially after dark.
But that would mean if the miners actually fell asleep or slept on the road, they would not wake up.
These things, if they're able to latch on and feed without your noticing, which is potentially possible if you're asleep.
Do they numb you where they bite you so you don't feel them?
Out of character, I don't remember if that's true or not. I haven't read the Sturgis entry since 3rd edition. Is that true?
I'm just
Not
asking.
necessarily. It's mostly the fact that it drains so little at a time that you almost wouldn't notice it. It really is like an oversized mosquito. And Grolid, you know, it also operates like a mosquito. Eventually, once it gets its fill, it leaves. Unfortunately, the hit points that it pulls before it leaves is more than enough to kill the average non-adventurer.
Is it hit points or is it strength?
It's hit points. It's
I think
draining
you knew what he
blood
said.
specifically. This is virtually like this world's vampire bat.
They're very much like a mosquito. They can. It's possible that they could latch on without waking a sleeping person. It's not so likely that you wouldn't notice it if you were awake. However, if you were asleep and one of these latched on and you didn't happen to live the kind of lifestyle that we do, someone less hardy than ourselves could be drained dry.
I thought everybody lived in fear.
So say the average miner?
Yes, exactly what I'm thinking as well, Pix.
Well, if there's never been these things here, then something brought them here.
Well, we don't know.
Well,
Ask.
we have to go on the assumption that these miners come and go at all times because they were concerned that they were missing and late, and usually that's not the case. So I would say that something brought these things here, but we can take care of this matter in the
Roland,
day.
your understanding of these creatures, and Link can also comment on them. I mean, they're largely universal creatures. They can thrive in any environment, particularly mountainous. But like their environmental listing is essentially everything.
Okay.
And
No, I was just
these are
saying
actually
that
classified
they
as
probably weren't here.
beast. So there's nothing necessarily, again, for you, Grolid, abnormal about them. They kind of exist all over the place, and they don't necessarily have to have a cause to be anywhere. Nothing would have necessarily summoned them like, an abyssal creature or something like that.
These
David,
creatures.
Go ahead.
I say these creatures are the kind of nuisance that exists in many, many places.
Yeah, no, I wasn't
they're-
saying that someone brought them here. I'm just saying they appeared and they weren't here before. So maybe their feeding grounds are different. I don't know how they are.
Or maybe they're a known problem and maybe something
You
agitated
can ask the
them.
guards on the way back.
Right.
if we
I
could
start
get our
looking
hands
for-
on one.
I start looking for spots where people might camp and kind of keep an eye out to see if maybe, since they're in this area, maybe they've fed here recently and left some bodies. So I start looking for places people might camp.
Well, hold on. Are we continuing to retreat? Are you doing this while we're retreating?
Yes, while we're
Yeah.
I'm looking specifically for that. Instead of for people up and about, I'm looking for maybe if they made a camp and then these things descended on them at night. Maybe they're still laying down instead of up around walking.
If they have to,
Make an investigation check.
they have to feed on blood, then there has to be something to eat. If not, I assume they leave and go somewhere else for something that they can eat.
Well, not necessarily human blood or
No, I
any blood.
don't see any animals either, so
Total 15 on investigation.
All right. It doesn't look like there's much in this particular area, and as you kind of think back on the rest of the trip, you're only maybe 2.5 hours out from the city. There's no places that you can think of this close that you've come across so far that were stopping points, like overnight stopping points.
Got it.
So further in.
It doesn't look like there's
rather.
any good places necessarily. There's not any, unless people were to actually hide out in some of the previous mines. That's the only thing you can think of. The rest of the actual walk has been just wall to wall vertical. There's not alcoves. There's not a whole lot of anything. It's just kind of something almost naturally carved this out, and it's just stayed like that.
Well, I think I've learned at least something I was hoping to learn on this trip. Let's make our way back to town. We can see if the Sturges are a normal threat in the area or if it's not something they've heard of.
Well, given how common you said they were, they might be, but someone mentioned previously that it's been oddly quiet out here for the wilderness. Maybe these Sturges had to look for more other prey if they've overfed on the environment.
If they feed on blood, there's got to be something not too far away for them to feed on.
Well, I'd like that something to not be me this evening.
Correct. So,
although if we could get our hands on one, it turns out they are new to the area, we might have an answer to their shadowy small figure issue that we've heard rumor of.
We'll do that
You can
tomorrow.
ask if they know what the Sturges are, if they're familiar, then they'll recognize them. And that means probably not the shadowy small thing.
Exactly.
So turning around?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. There's one or two of them. Again, as those of you with the higher passive perceptions are now, everybody's kind of noticed them at this point, but those of you with the higher passive perceptions are a little bit more acutely aware of them. One or two kind of hop and flutter from bush to bush for maybe another minute or two as you start to move south, but they're almost watching, less like they're looking for an opportunity to attack. And eventually you don't really make them out anymore. They don't seem to be, following you any further.
At what point does it seem like they stop following?
Like I said, just a couple minutes.
Okay.
There's not really a landmark or anything.
All right. I'm just... Grolid, or Anna, since these also happen to be beasts, do these surges, once they settle in, have a set territory?
As I recall, they tend to make nests where they're able to find food within ranging area.
Okay. Then I guess we're moving far enough away from a nest of them, then. Maybe. How far do they travel for food? Do you know?
Out of character, they tend to be nocturnal, am I correct, Anthony?
There's nothing that outright says that. Obviously, a vampire bat would give that implication. But I don't know that there's anything that specifically says that they don't have night sight or they have dark vision, but a lot of creatures have dark vision. They definitely don't seem to be migratory by any means, so it does seem like there's probably a home. You would gather the way that most creatures, natural or unnatural, operate. They're willing to travel further from home if there's no food source closer to home. So their willingness to travel is largely going to be based more on that than anything else.
It's it's really a matter of whether or not they can find food picks. They'll travel as far as they need to find it.
Okay. Okay.
Grolid, are you hungry?
Usually, why?
I heard the barking.
That's the emergency food supply. Don't mind it.
That's horrible. All right.
Do you move a half hour
But yeah, keep moving.
further south?
Go ahead, Anthony.
You move a half hour further south, you definitely don't see any more of these creatures. You again pass the couple of old mine entrances, and I assume keep making your way back closer to the gates, right?
On some of these entrances, do I think it would run the risk of us getting back too late?
At the point that you turned around, you imagine, unless just the sun sets way earlier than you're giving it credit for, you're probably fine. It may also depend on how deep you want to delve into one of these caves.
I'm not actually looking to enter. I just want to investigate a little more closely. You know, as I said earlier, I hadn't seen anything at a cursory glance that led for further investigation. But now if I feel like I've got a little bit of time to maybe spend, go ahead and take a look to see if anything had been,
Sure.
Yeah, altered and then hidden. That alteration hidden.
Gotcha. Yeah. So yeah, you can make a stop at one of them. Make an investigation check.
Can I assist?
Oof. I would appreciate the assist if you allow it.
Yeah, I will assume if Grolid is explaining to people what's going on,
Yeah.
then yeah, you can probably assist. If he just kind of stops and tells everybody to wait, then no.
Yeah, no, Grolin is. Yeah, I want to see if there's anything unusual, anybody using these caves for anything. I honestly don't expect it to, or expect to find anything. But
Yeah, I'll help you out.
and so, do you want me to roll with it again as if
Go
I
ahead
had
and roll
advantage, or
again.
do you just want to roll picks?
Go ahead and roll again.
So that'll be a 23 on investigation.
All right. No humanoid foot traffic here. You definitely see that there have been smaller animal types, foxes, mice, that type of thing, and you can make out the smell of like a guano type of dropping as well, and see some trace. It's likely that Sturges have, at least in the past, potentially lived here, maybe still do, but definitely no modifications to the entrance. It seems like it's become, or maybe still is, a natural habitat for animals in the area, but that's about it as far as you can tell.
Yeah, as I expected. Nothing sentient, intelligent is moved in. It doesn't appear, but we should be aware these caves are being used by the local wildlife as habitats. Potentially sturges as well.
Oh, lovely.
And at
Anything
that,
else you'd like to do there, or you want to keep moving?
yep, no, after that, moving on.
All right. Anything you're hoping to do before you get back to the gates?
Not Grolin.
Nope. Good to go.
Nope.
So it's about 6 p.m. So Grolid was correct in his assumption that you're losing light faster than you potentially normally would because, well, you're in the middle of a giant ravine.
Mm-hmm.
So you can still make your way decently enough as you make it back to the gates, but staying out much later than you did may have, well, forced you to camp out outside for a bit. But yeah, you make it back, and the same guards spot you.
I'll approach the guard. It's the same one that I spoke with earlier?
Yeah.
I'll approach that guard and ask him, are sturges a common nuisance in the area?
Well, I wouldn't say nuisance. They're present. They tend to steer clear of us. We steer clear of them. It really, if you're not caught up, unaware, they're not much of a problem. Were any of them being aggressive?
No, but they do appear to have made nests lining the ravine itself. Is that pretty normal?
Usually if we go topside, or if we go delving into some of the caves, we find them not necessarily always in the walls of the ravine itself.
Yes. I was thinking topside is what I meant to say.
That's fairly typical. Yes. How far away?
About 2 hours travel.
Doesn't entirely seem problematic. We've seen it before. Large groupings or small?
We saw at least a half a dozen.
All right, it's not terrible. Was there anything that just seemed out of the ordinary to you?
And out of character, was there anything more out of the ordinary than something that struck Grollet or no?
Your big thing seemed to be is this creature supposed to be here? And from what you gather from him, it seems like yes.
In that case, yeah, no, nothing out of the ordinary. Just looking to see if they're endemic to the area.
I assume they fled when they noticed that they were being watched, that they were being watched.
No.
No, they didn't actually.
They actually came closer.
They were watching us.
Typically a bit skittish, and usually only attack if they find a creature that's helpless or perhaps just not paying attention. But yeah, if a lot of you were watching them, it's a little curious.
Something to think of. Just wanted to see what your understanding of the area was in regards to that.
Any luck in finding any lost things? He kind of speaks a little more under his breath.
Not as of yet. We will range further out tomorrow.
Very good. This particular group of miners usually on schedule, like clockwork. Some, they're gone, they'll show up when they want. This particular mining crew, that's what's got me concerned.
If they're out there to be found, we'll find them.
Appreciated. The official search for any missing crew by the bylaws of the city is not for the first 2 weeks. So their families are getting a bit antsy. I know some of the men well enough to know there may be something going on, but officially we're not allowed to do anything about it for another week. At that point, well, if something's happened, it may be too late.
Aye. We'll range further tomorrow, potentially staying out overnight, although I don't wish to speak for the group when I say that just yet. But we will definitely range out further looking tomorrow.
I appreciate the effort. I'll report to my superior. Let him know what you found, and well, if we cross paths again tomorrow, then I'll let you know what he had to say.
Thank you. Have fairly well this evening. And at that,
You
I'll
as well.
start. At that, I'll start headed back towards the inn, unless somebody convinces me to go elsewhere.
No?
Time for dinner.
And perhaps less drink tonight, Brown? There's a slight grin on his face as he says it.
Maybe just a little
But the more dancing.
less. Too much drink tonight might spoil the game tomorrow. Or at least the enjoyment of it.
Yes, that will be interesting.
Willem, do you think we'll get to see your invincible, eternal warrior side?
I don't know how invincible it will be. But Cord is the god of strength. And typically, Cord's worshippers want someone to see their strength. So I imagine there'll be quite an audience.
Well,
Probably be the biggest brute we've ever seen.
yeah. who's
Let's
to
just say Cord's people are not necessarily the humblest bunch. So I imagine there will be quite an audience.
Well, regardless, I have full confidence in you, Willem.
I'm not necessarily fighting to win. I just need to show strength. I'm not anticipating a fight to the death or anything like that.
Oh, I hope not. But
We'll
regardless,
still be betting on you one way or the other.
regardless, I believe you'll achieve what we want and need. Well, let's
It's about strength and risk more than anything else.
Well, bringing Harry back reminds me I need to, I should probably change him back to an owl or something a bit more,
Land-based.
yes.
Perhaps Dirge.
I don't think I'm capable of that.
No, you're relatively limited in your options.
Yeah. Yeah. Typically, familiars are limited to quite tiny creatures, and of certain utility, I guess. But yes, the forms that they can take are quite limited.
A sturge is listed as a tiny beast, so you can look up in your familiar rules if you're wanting to go that route. You can see if that's even a possibility.
Yeah.
But something tells me you can't. I think it's a
Yeah.
lot more limiting in your list.
It really is. I think they give you a specific list of creatures.
I'm pretty sure that's the case, yeah.
Yeah, they do. And then, based on flavor, you can, do slight variations.
Basically change the
instead of a hawk,
visualization
we
of them.
went with a seagull.
Yeah. All right, everybody headed to the tavern.
Yes, the jackdaw.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
The now familiar layout is presented to you. You'll have to square up with the innkeeper again, since you paid for a single night previously. And as you get in there, you realize also may need to wait for a table, as all 4 of these large family-style tables are at least full enough that you're not going to be able to sit together. There's probably 8 seats available, but it would require spacing yourselves out a good bit. But
All right.
with the family-style meals, waiting for a table to open up for all of you may also mean you're not going to have any food left. So that's up to you.
When I go up to the barkeep to square up, I'll ask, is it all right if we take meals to our rooms?
Well, the way the food's served up here, family style, you're not exactly able to take full-on platters with you.
No, I was just wondering for just individual plates and such.
He kind of looks at you and looks at the rest of the group. And you remember the oddity from the night before where you were fixated on his mustache.
All right. I'm going to be busy for the next hour or so, so I was wondering if I could eat in my room once we finish squaring out the rooms again.
If you've got rations, or if you're planning on just taking a single course, but typically considered bad form to keep coming in and out and picking off the platters.
Understandable. And I'll pay for... What was the pricing again?
I think he told you 2 gold for everybody collectively, and then drinks were on you on top of that.
Got it. 2 gold for everybody. I'll pay for a week.
Okay,
You want
so you're
to
giving
check out
14?
the other inn first?
Yeah.
Is that
for a week.
you're giving him 14 gold? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you're specifying this is to cover the next week?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Right. Well, have at. They've already started digging in.
Thank you.
Cozy up somebody new.
Maybe some of the others, but as I said, I'll be busy for the next hour. And Pix will take a plate and then go back to his previous room, and will begin the familiar ritual.
As the rest of you settle in, it's kind of basically the soup is currently what's out right now. So Pix, you're grabbing yourself a bowl of soup and heading back.
Sounds good.
How far is the other inn from here?
You spotted it. It's right across the street from the temple.
Well, I think I'm going to go there. If there's another inn to play at that I haven't played there.
Right, well, suit yourself.
No. I'm not saying this to the group, not to the innkeeper. I'm not saying I'm going there to sleep. I'm just curious about the other inn is. If there's a lot of people here, maybe I can grab some food there.
So you were monologuing out loud your thoughts?
He was telling the group.
Okay, couldn't tell.
Well, I didn't think we all went over to the barkeep. I thought you did.
Well, I certainly did, yes.
Once we're squared up, Willem will get food. And who did we sit with last night? Was it the Silver Clan or people of silver color? Or what was it?
It's completely different family groupings here. You guys haven't actually met anyone, as far as you know, that specifically said that they were staying here. It seems like this is also a good family dining type of restaurant, which is why it seems to be relatively busy, even though they may not sell out all their rooms every night. So nobody in the dining area, at least currently, looks familiar to you.
I'll find a spot, sit down, and start eating.
But I do think specifically there were two, I believe, maybe black dragonborns that you sat with last time.
I thought they were silver.
Maybe they were silver. 2 silver, yeah.
Okay, let me look around and see if there's any of the family groupings who look a little curious, like towards us, since we're so odd here.
Typically, any of the ones that have children, because kids don't really have that much of a filter, and when they see things that are new, they're more overt and pointing them out. Those are the ones that the attention is drawn more to you. If it's just groupings of adults, they're either too focused on their food or too focused on not staring, if that makes sense, so that they're not necessarily paying all that much attention to you.
Pick out a table that has one of those family groupings with kids and also has a couple empty seats.
Okay, sure.
And I will go and say, pardon me, may I sit and eat with you if that's all right?
So there's a family of like a mother and father and a young green dragon whelp that's there, and then also with them are 2 copper dragonborn, all of them lacking in tails. So there's, I think I told you there were 10 to a table. So there's a few more seats left there, but there are 5 currently taken at this particular table. And yeah, the little one there starts to say, yeah. And then he kind of looks over at his parents, and they just kind of nod graciously and deeply to you and continue with their food. But the kid gets excited and kind of claps and says, yeah, pink skin.
Smile and to the adults, give back my best approximation of the nod they gave me, and have a seat.
Yeah, it was definitely like a cordial sign of respect. The type that you would give to somebody, so you wanted to know, you're welcome here, but I'm not necessarily, at least right now, overly interested in you, if that makes sense. The kid definitely is.
I'm thinking that one of the things Calamar taught was when you're in a strange culture, observe everything, and if in doubt, act the way they do.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
And so that's his kind of his guiding principle right now. So yeah, he'll sit and he'll eat.
The 2 copper dragonborn are a little more talkative. It's mostly just kind of chatter about what's going on, it's the weather, that type of thing. But if they ask a generic question, they kind of ask it more to the table. Whether anybody answers or not, they're kind of asking more a question to the table. The kid, again, every once in a while, you'll see him under the table, kind of reach over and like try to touch your hand or something. Just very, very curious. And the mother, when she spots it, doesn't like slap his hand, doesn't say anything. She just kind of just as subtly grabs his hand and sets it back down on his lap, and everything above the table, it doesn't even look like she's even noticing. But below the table, you're spotting that she's catching most of the time and preventing him from doing that.
Got it. They'll eat and talk, and if a couple of them mention the weather, I'll mention my companions and I took a little bit of a hike out into the ravine today. Is it always so cold?
The 2 copper ones say, it might depend on your definition of cold, but it's been a bit chillier than usual. I just assumed it was because winter's nearly here.
That could be.
And of course, you're aware of, well, the curse, right?
We've heard something of it, though not really any details. And out of character, I don't remember if we have or not. I'm just kind of trying to lead them into conversation about it.
Sure. The father, the male green dragonborn, looks up at that point and sets his eating utensils down and says, "To be truthful, it's not much of a curse. It's more of a residual effect. You're familiar with Draconia, yes?"
I have a general
Good
understanding of the history.
Terrible place, at least for the likes of us. Good enough if you have just a general understanding. Destroyed by an ancient white dragon. Some 32 years, and he rattles off as if he's making a generic statement, but rattles off an exact year and month and day of when it occurred.
Mm-hmm.
Destroyed it, completely obliterated, and then decided to take up roost as its new master. Well, creatures that powerful, that ancient, tends to leave its effect, and this entire ravine was covered in this permanent, frozen, rigid cold. To some degree, it hasn't exactly left, even after a group not unlike yourself came from lands elsewhere and destroyed him completely. And as he's saying that bit, he's finally almost noticing you and any of the other of your party members that happen to sit down at this table with you. It's like he's really kind of looking you in the eye for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
But then he does that and then goes back to being quiet and picks up his eating utensils and goes back to eating again.
Well, good to know. We'll probably... Are there any places where we might barter for better cold weather gear than what we have? We were not quite expecting it to be quite that cold this quickly. Might not hurt to get some extra cloaks or something for the sake of warmth. We will be going out again.
One of the copper, both of them females, so they're chatting a lot to themselves. But when you ask about buying something, one of them looks over and perks up and drops her conversation. The other one just kind of sighs as if, "Oh, not again."
I said barter, just so you know.
Yeah.
Because you said a lot of
But she looks over and says, "Are you looking for custom items, or are you looking to purchase what may already be available?"
We'll be heading out soon, so probably the best selection of what is already available.
Most likely, yes. Well, the general, not a person, but it's the name of one of the stores here. It's further in to the mountain, but if you go, and she gives you a set of directions, it's kind of in the middle of town, but there's just kind of a doorway she describes with just a small little sign placard on it that says the general. And she says if you go there, it's not necessarily a hidden place or any type of a special place. It's not out in the open market. But she tells you there's a lot of just normal everyday goods, rations, that type of thing. If you're not wanting to buy from the street vendors, if you're wanting to buy more of a traditional store type of fare, that would be where you get pretty much anything.
And since she's talking, I'll ask her one other thing. We noticed a few, not many, and we didn't really consider them too dangerous, but a half dozen or so sturges when we were furthest out. We understand that they're not unknown in the area, but just in case they prove a little more than nuisances, you know any place where I might pick up a bow and some arrows? Just a hunting weapon would be perfectly good enough.
She again says, "Well, if you're looking for just basic training weapons, not necessarily master craftsmanship or anything magical, you could probably also find something at the general as well. It's quite large."
I will give her sort of my best kind of surprised look, raise my eyebrows. And say, are there master crafted or magical items available here? We were led to believe the economy has been in some disarray since the incident.
The father again sets down. He seems to be very meticulous about this. Sets down his eating utensil and clears his throat and looks at the two copper skinned dragonborn as if to kind of, that's enough. And then he looks at you directly and says, "There is a single master craftsman, but he's very special to our people and prefers to work only with those that he trusts."
Understood.
So it is possible, but no offense meant to any of you or your companions, unlikely.
No offense taken. We have not yet done anything to earn trust. And he says that kind of in the same matter-of-fact tone, very logical, very meticulous, almost
right.
Vulcan. No offense taken. We have not done anything yet to obtain trust. Like, it's logical.
Yeah. This guy really kind of strikes you as like walking encyclopedia.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But also doesn't seem to be overly interested in the conversation unless he needs to clarify.
Yes.
What's everybody else doing? There's enough room for at least, I would say, 4 more of you at this table. I know Pix went back to his room with the small bowl, and I assume Whiskey is headed off to the other location.
I'm just going to grab some food, whatever's there, and then probably work my way back. If there's not that much room, I might also just follow Pix and go up to where he's doing his thing.
There's definitely room for all of you, just like I said,
Okay.
not necessarily all together.
Okay,
In fact, if Whiskey isn't staying, then there's at least 1 extra seat.
got it.
And Pix also, there's at least 2 extra seats.
Okay.
More than what you would need.
I'll just pick a random table.
Okay. And if you're just eating and just kind of casual conversation or whatever, that's fine. I just didn't want anybody to feel left out. So if there's anything in particular you're doing, then let me know.
Grohl is just eating.
Yeah, then I'll find a spot. Down and eat.
Brian's probably about halfway through his dinner already.
Anthony, Willem, mindful tomorrow, is pacing himself. Like, he didn't grab a whole lot of soup. Since we have the opportunity, as new courses come up, he's going to get a little of each and participate a little in the dinner conversation, but more listen just to see what he can hear and learn.
Okay. Whiskey, you head up to the other location. Do you remember what it was called?
The something Drake.
Struggling.
The what? The dribbling?
The struggling.
Struggling
The struggling Drake.
And yeah, you definitely see it on the sign. It looks like, well, you have been around Bitsy a little bit, the Drake companion of Malden. This kind of looks like a red version of that, but it looks emaciated. That's kind of the image on the signpost itself.
Nice.
It also, as you get a little bit closer, you realize kind of it's leaning back and seems to have its hands up in fist form and looks like it's throwing some kind of a punch. You being a bard, at least somewhat appreciate the double meaning of struggling Drake.
Means it might be a rowdy bar.
And as you approach the door, you definitely hear quite a bit of noise. There's laughter. There's already music playing. It seems like some sort of like an accordion type of thing, and also potentially even like a fairly rare thing, but some type of a stringed instrument that's played sitting down and pressing on keys.
Like a hurdy-gurdy?
No, like something, something like a piano.
Ooh.
It's not exact, and it definitely is kind of out of tune. It definitely has that honky-tonk type of sound. But yeah, it's a relatively rare thing. And as you walk in, you see it's also pretty old and pretty beat up. But it's definitely older than probably most, if not everybody, in the room. But it is very much a much more raucous type of atmosphere, where the last place seemed to have good food and casual conversation. This is seems like mostly alcohol getting spilled everywhere. The occasional bar fights as people are accusing somebody else of cheating at cards or whatever else is going on. And this is definitely more of your standard like 2 to 4 person tables, and it seems to be mostly tavern and not so much inn. So the main room itself is at least double the size, and you look off to the side, and there's actually a stairway that seems like it goes up into another floor as well.
Nice. I'm going to go over and you know how you just go over and stand by the piano player?
Sure, if you're creeping, yeah.
I'm creeping, but I go over and I toss in a gold in his dish.
Yeah, that as soon as you go over and you're standing there, without looking up, he's still kind of playing and moving to. He seems to be leading the accordion player a little bit, but when you come over, he doesn't even look up. He just kind of takes one hand, continues playing with the left hand, takes the right hand, and just like taps on his upturned hat that's sitting on the top of the piano.
I toss in a gold. I already took it off my sheet.
Okay.
And then I tap my instrument just to let him know that I actually am a bard as well. So
he continues playing with both hands, but then looks over, looks at you and continues playing flawlessly as he's still keeping up with the accordion player and giving like a back and forth there. But he looks over at you and says, "Is there something I can help you with?"
I'm just admiring your instrument and your extraordinary ability to play it.
I had to teach myself, but it's a relic of the old kingdom.
Really?
Literally fell from the sky.
Literally? Wow, that's impressive. I have never seen one, and I like it.
Well, most of the things from the old kingdom fell from the sky, since it was made up of large floating rock islands, and it all came tumbling down.
Interesting. So there's more relics around somewhere, probably hidden?
To me, this is a relic. To most people, it's an old antique. It depends on your interest level. Nothing magical about it outside of the fact that, I couldn't make one. I doubt anyone here could, so I guess to some degree it's magic.
I presume. I just delve into archaeology. I just think it's amazing.
Well, there's plenty to find if you know where to look, if it's not already been taken, and if you get the permission. But that's much further north. You're talking a couple days travel easily before you get actually to what most people would say are the rest of the ruins itself.
Like up in the mines?
No, our
or
miners don't
like
go that far north.
Oh, it's further than the miners. Okay. So, do you mind? I guess I should ask the accordion player.
He's fine. He's deaf.
That's awesome.
Try to keep up. And
around,
he intentionally
literally?
speeds up the song that they're playing. And you do notice the accordion guy doesn't notice at first, and he's still keeping. And then he looks over and glares at the piano player as he actually like looks at his hands moving, and then starts to pick up the song as well. Go for it.
I can give it a shot.
You doing the fiddle or the hurdy-gurdy or what? Gotcha.
Fiddle, baby, because the hurdy-gurdy is not going to go well with the piano.
Yeah,
Fiddle
so
will.
you have a nice bass, being laid out with the piano, with a good little hopping bit going on, and then he intentionally, you can tell because he's a good musician and you are as well. He changes the way he's playing a little bit and drops out, jumps his right hand up a little bit higher, so as not to step on the exact frequencies that you would be using as well.
Cool. And that
so everybody, you get this momentary pause in all the noise in the rest of the tavern as you jump right in full speed, full bore with these guys, and now
and I'm mobile, so I'll move around too. So
there's a number of people that are just kind of casually having conversation or whatever, talking above the din and the noise and everything, so they're already talking loud. But when you jump in, there's a number of them that grab like the nearest barmaid or male bar attendant. They're not really all that choosing in this state of inebriation, and do a lot like what Ryan was trying to do last night, but this particular space is much more suited for that type of thing. And so just a spontaneous dance party seems to break out here.
Awesome. It's an MGM musical. That's what I wanted. If anybody goes to give money, I say put it in his hat.
Okay.
So pay the piano player. Don't pay me.
It's a fun space. It's rare that you get this much like aggressiveness and just there's a lot of emotion in this space.
I'm looking for that because the only way to get information is to make people happy and make people like you, and then people talk.
Yeah, so you've got a lot of excitement going on. You've got a number of people, like I said, that just at the drop of a hat, their darts game turns into a fist fight, and it's usually because this is how actual fights work. There's a couple of punches, and then they either decide they don't want to fight anymore, or somebody just gets knocked out and shuffled over to a chair someplace to wake up a little bit. There's nothing that.
Or I move over with the fiddle we're playing and then wink and, move on. So try to make it happy.
So there's definitely the gamut of emotions here in this space. The one thing that you do not have is, unless you get right up close to somebody like you did with the piano player, it's hard to have just a straight up conversation with somebody because there's that much noise. But you have a little bit of everything else going on here for sure.
Well, usually the people that you can talk to are still standing at the end of the night. so everyone else is either gone or asleep, and so that's how that works.
Cool. Anybody back at the other space? You're just kind of continuing your meal and casual chatter. Or is there anything else you'd like to do tonight?
Can't think of anything.
After I finish up dinner, I'm just gonna go outside, find a good place to check out the sky, and then I too, since Pix mentioned it earlier, I'm going to wild companion change my octopus Cygnus into a bat again.
Yeah, I mean that's what, an hour to change to do your ritual and everything, right?
No, for the wild companion,
right.
it's just my that's just an action.
Okay. Pix, yours takes an hour, right? And Anna, can you do that?
Yes.
Anna, you can do that just using one of your wild shapes, right? Yeah. So you also don't have the cost associated.
An hour and 11 minutes.
Right. And Pix, you're tracking that gold cost worth of incense or whatever else you got. Okay. Cool.
Yep.
I knew you picked it up. I just was making sure you were subtracting it now.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else there at that particular space? Anna, you definitely can enjoy some outside time. The ravine, the cliffs itself here in this part of where the town is situated is easily 80 feet to 100 feet high. And it's, like I said, similar to what else you were finding earlier today on your walk, almost sheer cliff face. Like if you really knew what you were doing or had a lot of really good gear, you could maybe try to climb, but it's just sheer vertical. It's relatively impressive. It makes it a little bit harder to enjoy the night sky, but in and of itself, it's this weird inky blackness. If you can kind of stare upward and block out the lights from, the little bit of kind of lights on the street at this point in the darkness, it's like inky blackness on the sides and then almost just like a highway of starlight above you. It's kind of cool.
I don't think she would like that, actually. If no one's around, I'm going to use my other wild shape and turn into a spider.
Does the spider actually have climbing? Okay. So it'll take you some time because, like I said, it's really, really high up. As you're making the climb, since nobody else has really taken a lot of notice on this, you wonder if maybe part of the reason they built where they did is that this is a good bit higher than some of the places that you were walking past before. There are some spots that are up that high, but it kind of varies, anywhere from 120 feet to closer to, 50, 60 feet in some places. So it's not nearly as high, but here it's large and towering, and it covers, that entire 40-minute stretch of walk from one end of town to the other.
Right. That'll be fine. That's what I'll do.
Yeah. So you get up to the very top. It's colder. But this doesn't seem to be a chill so much as just like a natural elevation change type of thing. It's not drastic change. But you do appreciate the fact that in the ravine, it's blocking a lot of that wind, and you do feel more of a normal autumn evening now that you're up at the top. Well, late autumn evening.
I'll take out my now security blanket.
So you're shifting out of your.
Once I get to the very top.
Okay.
Once I get to the very top. Once you choose to leave,
let me know how you're getting back down. Okay. I wondered, but I wasn't getting.
Other fall.
Catch me. Never mind. Okay. Yeah.
Once everybody starts to disperse after dinner, Ryan would go out and take a walk. And when he thinks that there's no one else around, he uses minor image to try and create about a 3-year-old, half tabaxi, half him, just seeing what he might be able to look like.
Disgusting.
Are you intentionally trying to like look around and see, is nobody watching, that type of thing?
I kind of look, left and right, take a walk. I'm not going to be like in front of anybody's house or anything, but when I think that there's no one else around, then I'll kind of do it and just kind of experiment, trying to combine features, of Jen and myself.
If you're wanting to do this, make a stealth check, because an interesting feature of this town is because everything is kind of built into the walls. There's not really any like side streets and alleys. It's just a main stretch of road. So yeah, if you're really wanting to hide this, make a stealth check. If it kind of doesn't matter, then don't worry about it. Just let me know.
I just basically try to keep it away from open doors or windows.
Got some of the other establishments that are here, but you've not actually come across any domiciles that are this, on street level. Everything is built up higher, so you're not going to necessarily suddenly pop a strange amalgamated child out in front of somebody's front door. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, you feel you find a spot that's a little darker, especially as the street merchants have left. Most of the primary lighting here on this main thoroughfare also is gone. They don't have necessarily, there's not electricity or anything for street lights. So the lanterns and lamps and torches that were in various places are mostly cleared out, especially in this particular stretch. So it would be hard to see for somebody that didn't have devil sight like you. But you can basically find a dark, shadowy area, and yeah, you can do that. It's an interesting look, and you're honestly not sure because you've never heard of a half tabaxi, half human. So you're really just making this up. In some ways, like it's giving you like you're heartened in some ways, probably more that you're seeing bits of Jen in yourself. But in some ways you're like, oh, that's so weird. Like it doesn't make sense, and maybe I'm doing it wrong. You're like trying to kind of tweak it, and of course that's not really the way the spell works, if I remember right. Once it's set, it's set.
Yeah, but it's a cantrip, so I can just
that's
keep
right. That's right.
redoing it.
Yeah, so you probably try a couple different ways of more fur. No, less fur. It looks like the Cats movie. That type of thing. It looks too CGI. Yeah, so it's a little bit weird because you in some ways feel like maybe I didn't do a good enough job with that. I didn't get it just right, but at the same time, it's an interesting attempt, and like I said, you probably just seeing some bit of Jin is heartening, especially being this far away. Yeah,
and I have not tried to think about this until our little excursion, and now that it's got me thinking about it, it has me realizing, they'd be probably about 3.5 years old at this point, so maybe a little more.
Yeah, the timing seems to make sense there. You do make a mental note in your attempts. Definitely, if there's going to be a tail, definitely fur on the tail. Otherwise, super creepy.
Yeah, exactly. And after I spend some time like that, eventually I'd probably just sit down cross-legged and, instead of just standing around. But after spending an hour and a half like that, then I'll eventually head off to bed.
Yeah, so some of you there in the tavern, if you're paying attention, you see Ryan leave, definitely not drunk this time. And then over time, eventually come back unless you've already gone to sleep as well. And he seems to just make his way through the main room and head straight back to his own room when he does. Whiskey, it's getting much later in the night at this point. The accordion guy has kind of given up. You've you've stolen the show from him a little bit, but it's mostly that. Yeah, exactly. It's mostly that he's also too plastered and drunk and has taken to mostly snoozing and occasionally will kind of crank the accordion and then fall back asleep.
Awesome.
There's probably only maybe 10 people left, and it's a lot quieter at this point. Still a group over in the corner playing darts. And then you and the piano player, but now that the night's winding down a little bit, there's a lot more space in between the songs where he's kind of waiting at this point. He's made a decent amount of money and you've helped, and he's offered a couple times to at least give you your initial gold investment back, but also potentially to split.
I just say,
with
just ask him to buy me some food. That's all. That's fine.
Oh yeah, he nods and says, "I was wondering if we were going to stop and take a break."
Yes.
Fantastic.
Can only fiddle for so long before you're hungry. That's
This particular Dragonborn is gold with a tail.
I make note of that, but say nothing.
He's a little, like most of the other ones that you've seen with a tail, a little less stocky in build, a little more thin, wiry framed. But the tail then adds more bulk. So, you wonder maybe, do they weigh basically the same amount and there's just kind of added muscular structure to the non-tailed ones? But yeah, that's this guy. So a Draken blood, gold scaled.
It reminds me of, Tabaxi with stubby tails.
And he's got kind of these little like small little wire rim glasses that he's been wearing the entire time, and just kind of takes them off and sets them down on the counter when there's plates of food set in front of you. And especially after the night before that you had at this big family service restaurant environment, the food's definitely not nearly as good, but it's not terrible. It's definitely edible. It's more simple bar food. Yeah, you're getting wings and French fries right now.
Sturgy wings, and that's. I turn to him and I say, "Hey, I'm sorry, we haven't been have not been introduced, and my name is Whiskey Casanova."
Pleasure. My name is Stimson.
Stimson. Short and sweet.
Well, most outsiders have problems pronouncing our actual draconic names, so Stimson's the closest anyone's been able to get.
And you said Simpson or Stimson?
S-T-I-M, Stimson.
Stimson, yes. That's what I thought she said. Okay.
There's actually a lot more X's and Z's in there, but it's good enough. So where'd you learn how to play?
So, Rex and Trum at the Bard College.
He raises an eyebrow and kind of leans back and looks at you a little bit and says, "Awful long way from home."
That I am, seriously. Too bad I couldn't bring any ale with me. Oh, matter of fact, I didn't drink it all. So I actually probably still have some with me.
Did you guys keep one cask with you? You delivered a lot of it.
I had the cask, but it was like a baby cask.
Yeah. I don't think you guys have tapped into it a whole lot.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll dig into I'll go, hey, matter of fact, I dig into my bag and pull out the remainder of the cask. And I go, here.
The barkeep muscles over.
From overseas.
He muscles over when
that.
he sees that, and he leans in and says, technically that's not allowed, but, and he puts another third cup on the counter and just kind of points at it and winks and walks away.
And I'll fill his glass too.
And as he's kind of wiping off the table, he comes by with one hand and kind of picks up the tankard with one hand and wipes under it with the other hand and kind of sets it back on the back of the bar. Just kind of, it's a very stealthy maneuver for sure.
I see that.
So, what brings you here to, well, he kind of, the piano player just kind of wiggles his fingers in the air as he says, Dragonland.
Actually, to be honest, ruins.
Well, plenty of people here are, yes. But I imagine you're not here to gawk, so what in particular?
No, not that ruined. No, I'm sorry about that. No, rumors of the, what do you call it? Old Dragon City? Old Draconian City?
Oh. Well, you're a couple days too far south, but I guess this is as close to civilization as you could get to it.
But it is as close as I could get with a ship.
I see. Interesting. We don't get too many visitors by, well, we don't have a port, so we don't get too many visitors by sea at all.
I would call it a beach landing myself, but yeah, it's kind of that way.
And anything in particular that's tickled your fancy to come this way, or just a
legends,
standard fare relic hunter type?
Oh, I love legends, and that's what drives me to ruins. And there is the legend of the didn't you say it? The big drake that fell, or the big drake that died, or whatever.
He alluded to Draconia falling and the kingdom falling, but no, that was Willem's conversation back at the other.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had heard the conversation in the other. No, I didn't even hear that one.
You know, so you've had this conversation before with the group, and as a bard, you definitely know at least the basics. Yeah.
Yeah, the basic. There was a big white dragon that died or fell or crashed into the city, something as such. And I've heard this all my life, so I decided.
Well.
Before a bucket list, I want to go and at least see. I want to know if the legend is real.
Let me at least set it straight. Evil dragon conquered the land, destroyed the kingdom intentionally, fell much later, but not and the kind of gestures. Everything he does as a piano player is with hand gestures. So he's very large, very wide gestures in everything he's doing. So he kind of gives this, toppling down and crashing on the bar top type of thing. Not that type of fall, but his reign was brought to an end. And, well, here we are. So we, over the last couple of decades, have pieced together what bits we can from the ruins, are utilizing as much as we can, because there was some amazing, technological, magical marvels. I guess it depends on who you ask. We've been able to utilize some of it, and so we send some of our own team up there. It's a bit wild. It's definitely a bit cold, which is why we're situated down here. Especially when we first started building. Well, this was about as close as we could get without freezing.
So it's cold because of the dragon. I would assume a curse or something, right?
Many
white?
Ancient dragons, yes, when they create their lair, they actually start, the scientists would call it terraforming. They start to magically change the environment in which they live and permanently reshape the landscape. You have a red dragon, you're likely to have a new volcano pop up. You've got a white dragon, like what we have, icy landscape. And
how cold is it?
Well, it's not nearly as bad, but it's still basically always winter.
I guess I would need winter clothing.
At
too.
least if you get all the way up
Okay.
into, within a day's travel in any direction of where he fell. At this point, anything else is just
And there's-
residual effects that over time we're hoping, within the next century or so will have receded. These things take time.
And you have no fear of him like coming back?
Well, once those brave souls, and he'd again, with his hand, kind of, he
Yeah.
kind of closes his eyes and lifts his head up to the sky and like puts a fist to his heart, this kind of mock salute type of thing. Once those brave souls felled the beast, in no small part to the help of the many Ravenites who were already participating in a resistance at the time, mind you. It's relatively important and not the type of thing that they would typically tell you in the history books. But once the beast was felled, well, those of us that were around at the time promptly stripped him of his meat, utilized a good chunk of his bone structure for new tools, and many people say there's not much of him left. There are others who believe that to not be true, however, very, very few people know the location in which whatever bit of his bones may or may not still remain are buried.
And that's a secret, I'm glad, right?
Yes, indeed. Because...
Good. So you were around?
Well, my father was.
Well, that's almost
He was
first-hand
the
experience.
high bard
That's cool.
in the court of the kingdom.
That's where you got your talent. See?
Well,
That's awesome.
it was a great life for the first couple of years that I knew it, and then, well, my mother and I somehow survived everything coming toppling down. We never found him.
That's not. One never knows.
At this point, we're fairly certain anybody who hasn't been found is not going to be found.
I'm sorry for your loss. That's sad.
It was a while ago. I played this, and he kind of points back at the piano, in some ways to honor him. I'm not entirely certain if he ever touched this one, but I know it was in the castle at the time, so I'd like to think that at some point he's tickled the same ivories as me.
Well, I offer you an invitation to Blumenthal to the Cat and the Fiddle if you're ever out that way. That is our inn. That's run by my family and my brothers and sisters.
I will graciously accept should I ever leave this hellhole. And I say that with all the love that I can extend to it. For the most part, those of us who are here, we're needed. We do what we can. And I mean, I imagine there are some in the newer generation that longs to get out of here. But for the most part, those of us who are adults, we've chosen to be here. And it's not likely that we're ever going to leave. But I know of a good place to stay if I ever go to the Empire now.
Yes. Well, I'm hoping at some point to go back. So,
Well, if you don't go digging too deeply for those bones, you might just make it back.
I have no plans on digging for his bones. That's, I'm just curious to see. It's, you hear these things. That's why I go around and I go to these ruins. I hear these legends, and I just like to see them for myself. I've always have as a kid.
Understandable. I'm
So, and you said something somebody said something that I have to have a license or permission?
Yes, if you're going to go delving into the actual heart of Draconia and what ruins exist there, it's not an overt license so much as...
Permission.
Well, yes, permission maybe is a good way of putting
That I'm
it.
not going to do something stupid.
There's some that are there that are very protective, either of what they think is their turf, or of who might be coming in and taking things that may rightfully belong to our people.
So there are other Draconians that are living up there?
We have excavation teams present virtually at all times. It's not a lot, but it's enough. And anyone else who comes through generally needs to have proper permission either by them or from the Scars in order to even make the venture that way. Otherwise, well, best
What
not
are
to be
Scars?
spotted. The leaders, the Scars of Scale and Tooth.
Okay. If I know this, I won't. I'm not going to be sneaking around because then they would be really mad.
Correct. That would be the best way to get yourself banished
Or
from a place
killed,
like this.
either one. But yes,
Correct.
but that's the term, wrecked. I like that much better than killed. Sounds more painful.
And he kind of sits back and cracks his knuckles and says, well, there's a couple more people left up for one last set.
But thank you for dinner. That was amazing. Did you like the ale? Did you like the
He kind of picks up the tankard and looks into it and says, apparently I
Well,
did.
there's more back there. If you get the innkeeper to just pour us one more glass, he can keep the rest of that.
He the innkeeper comes over and quickly like downs the rest of the tankard and says, nope, nothing
He
here.
drank the rest of the
No, well, no,
Okay.
you have the cask. He didn't take the cask. He took the
I pour him
the
another
cup that you had poured
and
for
I
him.
pour Dimson one and myself, and then I box it up, put it away.
Fantastic. And he drinks a little bit of it and then sets it back up on top of the piano and
If I can find a way to
Starts
have some
playing
sent to
again.
you, do you want it sent?
as
When that gets
tempting
back
as that
home?
is, we're not. He air quotes here. We are not overly fond of imported
okay.
goods.
It was only imported out of my backpack
Reliance
to the
on
counter, so
outsiders and all
was
that.
Okay. Right.
This is fine, but yes, shipping something in.
It was hand carried, not shipped.
Yeah, and so he
Okay.
dives back in on the piano again, and you can continue to play until you pass out or ready to go home.
I'm not gonna drink anymore.
Anybody else doing anything before the night ends?
No, Grola just eats and listens and then heads off to bed after establishing a watch.
Anthony, Willem is going to take some time,
Yep.
and he'll be on one of the watches, I'm sure. But he's going to take some time and do extra maintenance on his weapons, armor, and equipment. And his armor isn't really shiny. He cleans it, but he does not shine it because shiny armor is
Okay.
showy. It's not strength. It's flashy. Leaves it in its
Right.
kind of dullish state, but he makes sure that it's absolutely functional.
Sure.
The weapon he'll spend some time shining and polishing on.
Yeah, because that's got functional use at that point. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
After completing my meal with some rations to go with my soup, give Harry some as well. And I'd actually like him to patrol the town a bit during the night, just to see if he sees anything odd.
Okay. So you're just having your Fey faux familiar, faux animal familiar, just kind of fly the entire night. Fey faux pum. Oh yeah, because you're, yeah, you can. You do know a small creature skittering around on the ground all night long is possible to attract attention of other people on guard.
Then,
But if you don't feel like there's any reason for him to be noticed, or you think he's stealthy enough, that's fine. But I'm giving you that because this is, I think, the first time you've made not a bird creature.
Yeah, no. I'm curious. I'll let him explore. I'm curious to see if he'll see anything odd.
Okay. Fair enough. Anything else happening before turning in?
Watch I get back on.
Then we'll just eat and then go to bed. Just people watch for a while and go to bed.
Ryan's fairly quiet, so he probably went right straight to bed when he came back.
Whiskey's not back yet.
Fair enough.
After a good bit of time, I just kind of getting that reminding feel of the mountains that she kind of spent the last few decades in. She's gonna just, breathe in the fresh, cool air, and then do one of the Assassin's Creed Falcon or Eagle dives off the side. Nope, just
into a hay bale. Into a pile of feathers.
Yep.
Is that what featherfall is?
Into a pillow.
Thanks.
Yeah, you summon the Harlequin's pillow from Seven Deadly Sins. That's Featherfall. Okay. The night passes uneventfully for people. If you were on watch, you probably see one or any number of other party members kind of come staggering in various states of either euphoria or thoughtfulness. Kind of a little mixed bag there. But overnight, everybody is able to sleep fine, and nothing eventful happens. And you all wake up the next morning.
You weren't going to have see how stealthy Harry was?
No.
Okay.
You can make a stealth check if you'd like, I suppose, for him.
Oh wow, he got caught.
Okay. Everybody wakes up next morning. If you got any long rest, spell prep updates, that type of thing to do, now's the time.
No.
There's a bit of a stir out in the thoroughfare. There's a couple extra people in at breakfast time than what you had the morning previously, and it seems like there's some sort of an excitement happening outside.
Yeah.
Go take a look.
Well, I wake up cheery, so I'll make my way down and go outside and see what the commotion is.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people there's vendors that seem to have set up a little bit earlier that are selling almost like game time merchandise, attire, that type of thing. It seems like there's a lot of people geared up for this match today, and so no, they have made some really. One particular vendor has made some really generic pink person.
How much?
Basically a pinata. He's selling them for if you want it pre-stuffed with candies, then he's selling it for 5 silver, and if you want it not stuffed, then it's 3 silver.
5 silver. I pay him and take the pink pinata. I'm going to give it to Willems.
It looks like a really bad Stretch Armstrong.
I'm
type,
not
like
a pink pinata, but that's okay.
Like a generic, Stretch Armstrong that your parents would have gotten because they couldn't afford the original Stretch Armstrong. Like it's that type of.
That's
but you
okay.
realize
I go back inside for breakfast. That's awesome.
I mean, as a tabaxi, you kind of see this a little bit more. That
humorous.
Whether they intended or not, they're so unaccustomed to the pink skins that they kind of all look the same. It's kind of that unintentional racism that everybody has built in without realizing it.
Except for tabaxis, because we all have different colors. But then again...
so do people. So do Dragonborn.
Yep.
So I go back in and
nobody
sit down
is
at our
immune
table.
to that type of thing. They think that they are until it's pointed out in how they do it.
I go back to the table, I sit down, and I stick it in the middle of the table, standing up.
And what is
What
that?
is that?
It is Willem. It's a pinata of Willem.
Oh.
Oh, I thought maybe it was some like magical doll or something.
No, they're selling pink skin pinatas. He's famous.
No, I think the match is just brewing up a lot of interest.
Isn't pijamas meant to be beat until they're broken?
There's candy inside.
Well, I shall
I
have
had it pre-stuffed.
to the pinata.
Is Grolin awake yet?
And Grollet will be walking out as he says that. Looks quizzically at the thing on the table.
At
Just
least
don't poke it with a fork.
I'm not entirely certain if I'm awake or if this is some kind of very strange fever dream.
it's a fever dream because if you poke it, candies will fall out.
That or somebody's going to yell really loudly.
So I got some information last night.
Oh?
I met a piano. I think it's a piano. He called it. He said it fell out of the sky when the islands fell. His name is Stimson, and he has a tail. And we were talking about Draconia and the ruins, and what really happened. So it was basically the White Dragon had set up his kingdom, so it's extremely cold where you want to go. Think of dead winter all the time. So we have to dress for it. We also have to get permission. If you attempt to sneak in and get caught, it'll be very bad for us. His carcass was actually carved up, eaten, and bones were made into weapons, and the rest of the bones were buried in a secret location.
Wait, they ate him?
You can eat your enemy. Happens
I
all the
lean
time.
in when I say that because I look around at any of the Dragonborn. Really? They ate him?
Chickens eat their own, don't they? Yeah, that's what he said.
Fortunately, people in tabaxis don't typically.
I don't know. I don't, but maybe there are some that do. I don't know.
Bear in mind, Ryan, that was after a disaster, and then another disaster on top of disaster.
But Willem, Grolan, everybody, this is my problem I have. If we do this secretly and something really bad happens, we will be held responsible. If we let them know what could possibly be happening to save their lives and protect these people from the horror that they once had, that might be better.
It'll be easier to do that once we've completed the match today, assuming I put on at least a good enough.
Yes, but I know, but I'm just saying it's something to think about because he was around at that time. He lost his father when all of this went down, and they struggled to get out of the mountains and come here to rebuild their lives just a couple decades ago, and they still have teams up there excavating the ruins. It's further up than the mines.
Well, I learned a couple of interesting things also.
Oh?
For one,
Go ahead.
if we're going to need cold weather gear, there is a store of sorts deeper into the mountain called the General that will have what we need available for purchase.
I would definitely appreciate some. It was a bit chilly for me.
Yes, I think I'm going to need some.
It's going to get really cold. It's magical cold.
Also, there is a master and perhaps magical craftsman in town, but he won't deal with just anyone. You have to earn a certain level of trust before he'll be interested.
Saving the miners would earn a lot of trust.
That's what I was thinking.
Seems like a theme here. You have to earn everything.
These people go on actions, not words.
Hardly surprising given what they've been through, and the fact that most of them were, shall we say, compulsory labor for quite a while.
Ryan, if you had gone with me or anybody had gone last night to the other inn, just playing changed the attitude of these people a lot. They were all dancing, really more dancing than I've ever seen, and they were just having a great time. And by the way, if you go tonight, it is an adult bar. It is a bit rowdy and fun. So, but yeah,
Hey, Whiskey.
they're nice people.
Whiskey, where did you get this candy-filled thing?
Willem, that candy-filled Willem? Outside.
Yeah.
All the vendors are out there.
I will be right back.
I'd like 10.
Oh boy.
I think there's a shirt that says pink skin 100 to 1.
It's like the I Heart New York, but I Heart Pink Skins.
I love pink skins.
No, I'm actually...
That's the day I multi-class in Voodoo.
I'm just going to look to see if there's like another one to figure out who might be the, competitor or champion of sorts. If there's another figure.
There are. You make an investigation check.
It's a 16-inch Draconin.
They're all rooting for their guy. They want me to get plastered.
Something 16-inch.
Anna got a 15 on investigation.
Okay.
She misses the 16
You see some more. Seems like specialized craftsmen, more like woodworkers, metallurgists, that type of thing, that have what looks to be, I wouldn't say action figures. They're more like the ones that you would put on display, because they're well crafted. They're not the type that you would want necessarily to play with. But yeah, there's a few that are selling some that look like some type of warrior figures. You want to take a closer look at them?
Yeah. So
Okay.
you see if there's consistency, or if there's like a similar color amongst them, or whatnot.
There are 3 that you actually make note of. One seems to be a wiry, still well built, especially compared to that toy thing of what Whiskey just brought in. They're all well built, but the actual build of the figure, still pretty strong looking, but not like a hulking brute. And it's a black dragonborn. Doesn't seem to have any armor on, and is just kind of loosely holding on to a spear. That's one that you find. Another one is a much more beefy, large, oversized, and you're honestly not sure whether this is just kind of hyperbole in the figure crafting, or whether this is actually maybe the proportions of this guy. Sorry, I'm pulling him up because I don't remember
Is his name Brutus?
what scale color he has.
Brutus Maximus.
Brutius Maximus. Yeah. Let's see. So this is almost exclusively in the metalworking, because it's actually a brass dragonborn that still is not wearing a ton of armor per se, but he is massive, large, like more gaping mouth that looks like, you're almost, you kind of reach to touch it and almost afraid that it's so lifelike that it's going to turn its head, like bite your
Good
finger off.
craftsmanship.
That type of realism, but also like it's that fearsome of
That's his favorite
face.
Hmm.
Yeah, so you see mostly those, and then there's a third one that these same craftsmen have made that looks like a fleshy pink skin woman. Again, not a lot of armor, and the attire that she's wearing seems to be some type of blue and white robes. Open, free movement type of robe. It doesn't seem to be like a wizard, stodgy type of thing. But yeah, it's weird. A blonde-haired, fairly fair-skinned humanoid of some sort. So you're seeing all 3 of those, and where one is being sold, typically you're finding all 3 being sold.
Gotcha. Okay. Is there also like another one that's selling one that's of Willem, or is that just the other candy pinata?
No, these look like they have taken a long time to make these, and they break them out potentially whenever there's a fight, as far as you can tell. Anything that seems to depict Willem seems to be a haphazardly thrown together, somebody who's trying to make a bit of coin in the 24 hours since the announcement was made, type of thing. So whether it's intentional or not, there's not great craftsmanship in anything you see that is depicting Willem.
Okay. I'm going to remember that, grab like a falafel or something on my way back to
Okay.
come back and festival foods,
Right. Fair enough.
So guys,
All right.
This is fantastic, by the way. So there's gonna be, I think, another individual that has robes, and then 2 dragonborns that may be your opponents today, Willem.
How'd you find that out?
Well, you know, just based on the pinata and the other figure. It's kind
They
of
have other figures? How much are they?
I didn't ask. I didn't want to carry those around. My pack's kind of full, and
I want to carry them around. We'll get rid of all the ale. Put in place of that.
I mean, we could ditch some items that we found along the way and replace it with. There's a great metal. Let me show you whiskey. No, I'll take whiskey back to the metalwork.
They would look good on the shelf inside the inn back in Blumenthal.
Oh, if you got the space.
Hey, you know, I said I have this little cask in there. We'll just put them in there. Pack them up. Same space. How much are they going for, Anthony?
The
If I buy all 3, how tall are they?
if you buy them as a set, are you looking for the best craftsmanship, or are you just looking for representations
Best craftsmanship.
of all of
It's
them?
the first tourist thing I would have bought since leaving home.
Okay. Best craftsmanship would be one of the metallurgists that's taken time to. It seems like he's created some sort of a mold, like a cast mold for the metalworking, and has done a decent job of just adding polish to things that would be metal, and then painting things that very clearly would not be. But durability, craftsmanship, this is definitely the best of the best. And he is selling, when you ask for the price for all of them, he kind of stops for a second, sizes you up, and says 10 gold.
Sold.
Fine.
Can you wrap them up for me? Is that possible?
Absolutely.
I have a proposition for you. I pull out the cask and I go, you can have the rest of the ale that's in here from overseas if I can put those inside here and wrap them all up.
I can do that.
That would be awesome, and I give him the 10 gold. I also have a favor and ask, if my friend wins today, can you do a cast of him?
These are only for the standing champions.
Ah.
If your friend decides to stick around and become one of the champions, certainly.
Oh, interesting. Interesting enough. But I give him the 10 gold and the rest of the ale, and hopefully he'll pack it up and put it in the ale keg for me so I can put it back in my pack.
Yeah, he takes even some other cloth that he has, and where it doesn't necessarily fit and stuff like that. He does a really good job of packaging them up. So you feel like you could probably do the whole like Christmas package, pick up the box and shake it, and you wouldn't damage anything.
Sweet. I bought my first tourist stuff. Cool.
It's wonderful. Let's go back. I gotta ask Willem a question. Did they say what their stance was on magic outside of the ring? Like, can he prep? I think they frowned on like actively aiding him during, but can we help?
No, I can't aid him, but I'm also curious, what happens if he wins? Does he become the champion and stick around?
I don't know. He didn't sound very interested in winning, so long.
I don't know if that is not, because the way this man just said it,
Right.
Interesting.
But I wasn't sure if we could aid prior to getting into the ring, I mean, you got things.
Performed the ritual this morning. I'm sure they would,
I mean, like you've done things for us to help bolster us during a fight.
Yes, I have to maintain them too.
Yeah, but even if it's beforehand, is that? I'm just wondering if that's a. Well, let's go ask him.
No, I could do it beforehand, but
I'm sure he knows.
I have a feeling Willem won't want to.
That's what I'm feeling, that Willem's not going to want to do it because he's very honest and very, very pure. Me, I like to win, but I understand.
Even if they allow it, I have a feeling he won't accept it.
He has to do it on his own terms.
When we get back, I'll ask him that and see what he says.
I can't take him out because I don't know if I can get him back in the task. So, Whiskey's just like ecstatically and having a great time. Willem.
Yes.
When I was talking to the craftsman who did the statues, which are going to look really great back in the inn, he said, I asked him if when you win today, if he could do a cast of you, and he said only if you stuck around or became one of the champions. So my question would be is if you win and defeat one of them, do you take their place? There's a fleshy woman.
There is nothing that was.
Are you interested in a fleshy woman?
There was nothing that was said to me about becoming one of their champions. It's merely a test of strength, as far as I know. And I have obligations elsewhere, so I would not choose to stay. My obligations right now are with you, all of you, doing what we're doing. And I think there's something out there that I'm supposed to do eventually.
Once we everything of honor, then we have to definitely discuss how we're going to advance further. I know we have to rescue the miners, but beyond that and going further north into the ruins in Draconia, that's going to be... I think we have to start telling the truth when we get up there.
Yes, though also we believe this might entail Link's companion. We need to get this resolved.
We need to let them know that this crap could be happening, because if we fail and they raise this lich, they're going to be screwed. And any of us that remain alive will be dead.
Assuming I can put up a good enough showing, I think we can get the attention of at least one or more of the stars.
I think you're going to...
So on that note, Willem, do you think prep spells on you is okay to do before you enter the ring?
Definitely not. The way it was explained to me was that myself and my opponent square off in the ring, no magic beforehand, and that once the call to engage is sounded, we may use whatever means are at our personal disposal, but there must be no outside interference at all. None.
That means you can put the wand in his pocket before he goes into battle.
I didn't want to interfere during, but if you were ready to go beforehand.
No, it was specifically told to me that you cannot have magic cast on you beforehand. You must come into the ring as you would a fight on your own.
Okay.
This is SmackDown Raw, isn't it?
They made a specific point of there being no outside magic. They were very clear on that.
Define outside magic.
I think the test individual champions, not groups per se.
As long as they don't send all three at once, because then it's not fair.
I don't think they will.
Well, the big guy, oh my god, he's so huge. That's not fair.
Are the three figures you're talking about current champions, or are they also past champions?
Current.
Are you sure of that?
Yes. He said current champions. Maybe it's basically defeat one, move up to the next, and move up to the big guy that's so burly that an elephant would be jealous.
Possible. So the way they presented it, it seemed like it would be myself against one other.
Well, they are of a temple, so they should be honest.
And Cord, being the god of strength, a team up does not seem likely. That would not be a sign of strength. That would be a sign of weakness.
It could be two fighting against each other and two fighting against each other, the winners competing.
Yes, but nothing about that was said. I think they would have been upfront about something like that.
Yeah, they might have just picked one and you go against the one, so Hopefully you'll go against the fleshy lady, but then, maybe you won't hit her.
I think they'll want me to go up against a dragonborn. They're proud here.
Well, I suppose we'll see.
So they'd want to put a pink skin up against one of their own, I think.
The two are wiry. The two are very wirily looking without very much clothing.
I think Cord's going to look at who's strong, not who's a dragonborn.
Yes, that's Cord, but remember, these people are also who they are. I don't think they'd be able to help that.
Fair. But should we head on over?
Yeah, why not? What time was the match, Anthony?
20 minutes ago.
Yeah, you're actually late. You wouldn't have had this conversation not happen. No, you gather you probably should head over sooner rather than later. It definitely was earlier in the morning. Yep. And especially those of you who have been out in the thoroughfare, if you're not buying or selling, everybody that you saw was basically heading to the temple.
Let's go.
I specifically take Willem past the table and point them out to him. The figures.
Yeah, I'll look, but just in passing.
His heart flutters for a moment.
Yeah, you see, same thing. You've got a black dragonborn that has a spear, not much attire, a bronze or brass dragonborn that again doesn't have a whole lot that he's wearing, but is massive in size and has half a dozen weapons on him. And then the petite by comparison, for sure, the blonde-haired woman, that it's not fine enough craftsmanship, especially the way the hair is lying, to know whether the ears are pointed or not, but with the blue and white robes. But everybody now is heading that direction. Even some of the vendors that some of you saw earlier have already started kind of packing up and are also now heading that direction.
All right. Let us make haste.
And Anna, if you are back and want to pull up the stream so everybody can see the temple. You guys all I assume everyone in the party is heading that direction, correct?
Correct.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Like I said, I was assuming, but I didn't want to presume by any means there. All right. Yeah, so you guys head out in that direction. It's a little bit difficult even to make your way through, but eventually you can find a path, and especially as there's not a whole lot of pink skins around, eventually people start to kind of whisper as you're moving through the crowd, and I bet it's one of them. It's got to be one of them, right? Especially the kids. Now you've got a long trail of kids that are following you all as well. And you make it to the entry steps of this, I'd say large and ornate, but it's definitely anything but ornate. Very simplistic temple entry point. Rough-hewn, a lot of it. And you're familiar with it. You were in here earlier. Anna, are you going to pull up the stream, or do I need to try to pull that up? Gotcha. Okay. Is there anything anybody is doing while you're walking down the street and preparing to enter?
Not really, just watching everything going on.
There we go.
It's quite a commotion. There's definitely easily twice as many people milling about as what you had seen the night before, or the day before. And you could probably pack all these people in, but there's not enough seating for all of them. In a town that may be under 10,000, at best, you're probably going to be able to seat maybe 1,000 of them. More could stand and watch from afar, but a lot of these people are just going to get the news kind of relayed to them out here. So you can see a lot of these people, as you get to the steps, they don't go any further, and they allow you to pass and keep on moving. And there's two unarmed but very strong looking guards at the top of the first set of stairs as you approach. And they hold up a hand as you start to move toward them.
Okay.
Yeah, looks like Pix has a stream up if anybody's wanting to watch that.
Say they hold up a hand as we move toward them?
Yeah. State your business.
And Willem will come up front. I am here to face the champion. They are here to watch, to witness.
Ah, the challenger has arrived. Very well. Proceed. And they step off to the side and just gesture for you to keep on moving.
Or rather, follow Willem.
And yeah.
Indeed, follow
Does
him.
anyone seem to be placing bets on the outcome?
There's a lot that you've heard on the outside of people unofficially dropping bets. Yeah. And a couple of them have kind of tugged on your, hey, what's the odds on your guy? What do you give him? Like, you can tell they're trying to kind of feel it out so they know. And then others are less interested in that, and they're saying, we've got 4-to-1 odds that your buddy goes down
Always
here.
bet on pink.
That type of thing. Just
Much
all over
better,
the place.
much better. It's probably 40 to 60.
Always bet on pink.
So you're placing that bet then?
No, he's not. Oh, it's a shame you're broke.
I can spare 5 gold.
4-to-1.
Tell you what, five gold now. If your buddy wins, 5 gold now gets you 15 if your buddy wins.
I like the 300-to-1 odds.
I'll place the 5 gold.
Oh God, I walk away.
Yeah, I am not hearing this, am I?
Here we go.
I would imagine no. I imagine you're at the front of the line, and
5
Ryan has
leads
kind of
to
fallen
100,
behind a little
which
bit.
leads to 1,000, which leads to.
He's got a problem with gambling, guys. Sorry.
We know.
I know.
He quickly writes a little receipt type thing on parchment and hands it to you and says, "Find me after. Well, if you need to. Otherwise, I'll be keeping your gold warm.
I'll be coming to collect.
We'll see." Yeah, you move in, and sparring pits are empty. The places that you were practicing in before, completely empty. But as you approach the pit itself, all of the little bleacher seating area almost completely full. As you approach the pit itself, completely empty. You do see the large blue dragonborn that you had communicated with the day before, standing pretty close to the pit as you approach.
This is how all politics should be taken care of. Get in and fight. They look like parliament seats. It's funny.
It's
He just kind of has his
certainly
arms
practical.
crossed Like he's seeing you and he's just waiting for you to approach.
Is there room in the bleachers for us?
Yeah, there's spaces. It's not like, you're not sitting shoulder to shoulder just yet, but if you wait too much longer, you probably will be.
I'll go find a spot.
Anthony, I'll approach the side of the pit opposite him. And stand directly across the pit from him. Kind of roll my shoulders a little bit and put my fists on my hips. Stand there like, I'm here, I'm waiting.
And I'm pink.
Hey, the rest of you as you take your spots up, or maybe follow Willem, are probably less paying attention to that and more taking in a lot of the sights. You see, whether Willem does or not, you see that blue dragonborn look a little quizzically at first, and then as Willem moves to the opposite side and he turns and still has his arms crossed, now he turns and he's watching Willem pose in some weird fashion, and you see his arms just kind of drop and this heavy sigh that he lets out, and then he picks up his head and points at Willem and gestures for him to come over to him.
Okay, at that point, Willem becomes much more reverential, removes his, ends his kind of challenging pose, and then he bows his head in the same fashion that the Dragonborn did at the previous night.
Okay.
Kind of a bow of respect, and then makes his way over.
He does the same and then returns back to the arms kind of folded across the chest and waiting.
Mm-hmm. And then I'll go to him.
Yeah. Pix will try finding a seat close to the pit.
Is everyone finding seating space, or is anybody moving with Willem still?
I'll find seating space.
Yep. If we can all sit together, that would be nice. If not,
there's probably enough room right now. It doesn't seem like the type of place that you can save seats, but if you're all going together, you can probably all sit together.
Got it.
Ryan, you kind
of
come rushing up as you realize you fell behind, and you're seeing most of the group trying to find some seating.
Yep. I squeeze up with him.
Willem, you approach, and he says, not to interrupt your bravado. However, I thought you might want to be apprised of the rules.
And he'll just nod, same way. Say nothing and just nod.
Very well. Your opponent, and he gestures to, so you're, he's standing over here, which is where you approach. I didn't bother filling this out with a whole bunch of minis that weren't going to be necessary. But he's standing right over here. You initially had gone over probably on this side, I'm imagining.
Yeah.
And
That'll
he
work.
gestures over to this side here and points out a black dragonborn holding onto a spear, who's just kind of talking with a small group of other dragonborn on that side. Your opponent has done this many times before and has earned the right to stand before you. I just wanted to make sure you were clear on what the expectation was and what you're asking for in return.
Let us go over it again.
Very well. What is your request?
We need to know where the great dragon is buried, where it rests. Someone is coming to attempt dark magic on it, and we want to stop them. We need permission to go there and do this.
This particular match, should you win, and there's a heavy emphasis on the should, provides you a single question to the council. Not access, and nothing further yet. So word your thoughts carefully when and if the time comes. A single question that will be relayed to them, and a single answer brought back. The match itself is to unconscious state, or if one chooses to tap out. If someone is deemed unable to go on, whether by their own admission or because they're unable to defend themselves, the match is over at my call and no one else's. Should any attacks be made at any point after I have called the match, not only is your challenge void, your life will be as well. He knows this, and he will adhere to it as well. You have
And
my
I give you
word.
my word on my sacred honor. I shall honor the rules of the pit.
Good. Any attempts that you make inside using whatever means possible are allowable. You do not currently have any extracurricular boons or blessings placed upon you by your
To my
party
knowledge,
members.
the only boons or blessings placed upon me are by the equipment I am bearing. I myself have cast no spells on myself as yet. Do you wish a description of the
As it
equipment
should
that I am
be.
bearing?
It is fine. Your opponent carries only basic equipment, but there's no burden placed on you to do the same.
Unless he intends to cause me a disease, I don't think my equipment will give me any unfair advantage.
It's fine. Oh, Anna walks by and taps him on the shoulder and grants him guidance and says, "Good luck." Oh no, you ruined it. Yeah, he says, beyond that, do you have any questions?
As I am unfamiliar with your people being a guest here, are there any pre, during, or after the match customs I should be aware of, such as where in the Empire, in a gladiatorial pit, such posing as I did on the way in is expected? Clearly that is not the case here.
To each their own. Should you stick around, you'll find that there are some here who not only desire but encourage such grandstanding. I frown upon it, but I am, as some would say, old school.
There is a reason an old school has lasted long enough to become old.
So you say. So, it is up to you. Just know that, especially as an outsider, I would choose not only my words, but my actions carefully, as it reflects not only on you, but others that are with you. And again, he says, so you say. It may be wise to remind your friends that their actions reflect on you as
I
well.
will do so.
He kind of cocks an eyebrow and says, if yesterday's interaction means anything.
And he'll kind of smile and says, they are a bunch that is always excited when we meet new people. And unfortunately, your drink is more potent than what we are used to.
Perhaps your people are just not used to actually working hard with their hands or being forced to for generations. It does tend to make one much more
I cannot
hardy.
pretend to say any of us have had any experiences that would be like yours.
I would not
I
recommend
would not
it.
do it. Very well. If you will allow me to go and give my friends their last caution, I will then return and be ready to proceed as you direct.
Very well. I believe, and he kind of peers out the front entrance. I believe You have about 5 minutes before we're set to begin.
Thank you for your instruction.
Thank you for, well, rousing the people a bit.
If nothing else, pleasant diversion can help the mind. And I will bow
So
and
you say.
turn and walk towards wherever my guys are sitting.
Yeah. So which of the bleacher section you guys?
I would have gone for the either the one that you're flashlighting or the one at the bottom.
Either one, it doesn't matter.
That one. So I have my angle turned
sorry.
a different way probably than you do.
The northern one, then. I've got it turned the other way.
Gotcha. Yeah. Either way, and it may not matter, but just for curiosity's sake, and so everybody, I'll actually have my camera at least for the viewers angled from your point of view. Then, where you want to go? North side or east side?
Let's go north.
All right, north it is.
Are we looking at the north now or the south?
No, this was already the north. I had completely turned the camera around when he mentioned the previous staircase. I was like, oh, you turn this around. So I just kept it like that.
So I assume playing during the battle would be wrong. Inspiration.
Oh, definitely. No, do not.
You can play, just not for inspiration.
You hear? Yeah, actually, you all see Willem come and find you and stand.
If I see the other one, I point him out. The black dracon. His opponent.
All right, ladies
He's
and
got the
gentlemen.
wiry one with the spear.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's how this works. No interference of any kind. This guy and I fight until one of us can't continue, whether we're incapacitated or one of us taps out, then it's done. Something to be aware of. All of you are being watched. So, and I don't mean in a threatening way, but you're all being assessed, not just by these people, but by their leaders. So watch your behavior. Because everything we do, not just what I do in there, probably weigh into whether or not we get the chance to deal with this threat. What essentially going to happen is if I manage to somehow win this fight, or at least I assume get more than a draw, we'll get to ask one question of the council. I will get to ask, being the champion. At first I thought I'd ask where the places we need to go, but I think that's the wrong question. And I'll kind of look at Grolid and I'll look at Whiskey. I think I should, if we're here and what we're going to be doing is defending them, I think I should ask them how we earn that right. Does that make sense to you?
Well, I think we earn the right by rescuing the miners. That's no problem.
But it might be better if they suggest it.
Maybe.
And if it's not enough, we might need more.
I think that is actually a wise decision. I don't think we actually need to be told where I think we could probably find the place on our own. What we need is access.
The bones are buried in a secret location. That's all I know. But asking them, we get the, like if you ask them, can we get the location and they say no, that's the end of the question. So yeah, no, I would not answer that question. But the one you were talking about is right. But let them know all the information to the council and then the question, yes.
That seems to me to be the way to proceed, assuming I can get through this. Does anyone else have any different opinion or ideas before this begins?
He's going to be fast with a spear, Willem. He's going to be fast.
Yep, I know.
I think Willem's got the right idea for the question.
Yes.
But again, Willem.
Yes.
I believe in you. Regardless of the outcome.
We all do.
Agreed.
Well, I'll give it my
Regardless
best
of the
shot.
outcome, though, you did good. You will do good.
I will give it my best shot. That's all I can do.
This is nothing compared to where you came from.
Hopefully so. Once again, there are a lot of eyes on you all. Be mindful.
There's a lot of eyes on me all the time, especially last night. So I was
Okay.
probably being watched last night too.
Willem,
Yes, you
here,
were.
here, take this in case you need it.
What's
I
that?
hand him a potion of healing.
I can't.
Why not?
I've already given them the list of or told them what equipment that the equipment I'm carrying. Can't make an adjustment at this
It'll
point.
be all right, Ryan. He's got
And you
this.
gave away that luck stone. Long ago.
I still disagree with that, but whatever. Go out there and show them what you can do.
You all hear behind you just like two loud
Okay, time to go.
claps,
Wish me luck.
but it echoes through the entire cave structure here, and the crowd, it takes a couple of seconds, but the crowd goes completely silent.
Willem will go back to the indicated starting position.
Yeah, so I've got you back. Yeah, you're over here, and then the other one is still
And his
on that far corner.
pose will be more monk-like.
Hopefully they don't
Maybe
have to
fold
jump
his arms
down.
like the other guy did. And his head will be a little slightly lowered.
Okay, gotcha. The keeper, who's standing maybe 20 feet from you, off to your left, holds his hands up to quiet the remaining people that maybe are still chattering a bit, and says, "The challenge is about to begin. Challenger, state your name."
I am Sir Willem de Garrett of the Wayward Knight. Or the Wasteland Knight, sorry. The Wasteland
So
Knight.
you say. And champion, state your name. And you hear a call out from the other side. "It is I, Baldar Kickfarang." And he bows like so low that like the nostril and the curved part of his horns, actually it almost seems like they scrape the ground as he's bowing to the keeper, and then stands back up and kind of twirls his staff once and then just kind of slams it down half side on the ground with the spear point pointed up. At that point, the rest of the crowd like starts cheering, but you can tell, unless you're completely oblivious, you can tell they're cheering for the pronouncements, not necessarily silent for Willem cheering for the champion. It's more of a collective cheer that it's about to begin. And then the keeper holds his hands up and says, "If there is nothing further, into the pit you go." And he, the Baldar, just runs to the edge, flips, and lands 3-point stance about 10-15 feet in off the edge.
No clerical face planting this time.
Okay. Willem will actually go and climb down into the pit.
Okay.
And he'll take his time. He's not going to do anything fancy or flippy. He just kind of climbs down. And when he gets down to the bottom, he draws his sword and then holds it point down before him, kind of more in a reverential stance than a fighting stance. And waits for further word.
You are currently, just so you have a idea of the spacing here, you're currently almost 70 feet away from him. The distance on the long part of this particular arena is almost 120 feet long, and you're looking at 90 to 95 feet, even on the short distance. But he's about 70 feet away currently. You hear the keeper call down to you, "Would you like to approach, or are you good where you are?"
Does the other one respond?
He holds out a hand, very finesse-like, and just kind of gestures with a couple fingers pointing toward you, as if he's completely letting you decide.
I will do what he did towards him. I will bow very low. Then I will rise and put my sword in fighting grip. And to the keeper, let us lay on.
Very well. And he claps 2 more big booming claps, and then just says, "Begin." So let's get some initiative going here.
Ready to rumble?
Now cast your spell on it.
Yeah, you can join initiative there. All right.
Wow, that is
My usual successful
Tongue
roll.
twister.
9.
Usually a 9, it's true.
I have a talent for 9 initiative rolls.
Yeah, the
Well,
piano
I
player
mean,
told
just-
Whiskey that people that couldn't really speak Draconic would have a hard time actually pronouncing his real name. He was not lying.
Yeah.
All right.
Quick Varog.
He, for his first action, just moves 5, 10, 15, 20 feet from you. And again, just kind of flourishes the spear a little bit and reaches the hand out to you, but this time it's a very Matrix-like, where the 2 fingers pointed towards you, then
Yes.
motion for you to come closer.
Okay.
He is definitely standing in a pose that says he's ready for you, should you come closer. So I'll give you that warning. But he basically is,
Oh.
yeah,
It's like, come at me,
yeah,
bro.
it's very much
What's our
that.
distance now?
You're about 40 to 45.
Okay. Move me forward 20 feet.
5, 10. Oh,
Go ahead.
okay, fine.
All right, I got it. 5,
Okay.
10, 15. That's 20 in a straight line there.
Okay. I am using my channel divinity,
Okay.
casting Peerless Athlete on myself,
All right.
and I'll kind of do kind of a, not like a Conan style kind of muscular stretch of the sword, but something a little more reverential, kind of a almost Jedi-like,
Sure.
where they're kind of doing that. And then I will offer him a salute with a blade, kind of like Aragorn when he first faces the Uruk-hai,
Right.
when they're all charging up the hill. He just kind of brings the blade up and salutes him.
He,
And I don't know if I can mechanically do anything to channel divinity.
what are the mechanics? You get advantage on.
Strength, athletics, acrobatics, and my jump and climb go up by
Okay.
10 feet.
Yeah, just keep an eye on that. I think the best that you could do on there is just trigger the counter to go down, so you know you've used your channel divinity. Other than that, just add advantage on the rolls as necessary.
Also, I don't know if we ever questioned this, but does he count as within the 10 feet of himself to give himself a bonus to his move speed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it either specifies you and all allies, or it says all friendly
Yes,
players.
it does
or something.
for both that and the aura of courage. Yes.
Okay. Cool.
All right. He nods just briefly at your own approach to him, and then springs lightning quick in your direction with the spear raised, and is going to try to make some attacks here.
Gonna try to spike me right in the ground.
Oh, that's right. There we go. The first stab is a miss. He very quickly, it's like a da-da, really quick jab again. Tries it a second time, is also a miss. And he, do you hear just kind of a, and he's steps back and steps just kind of in a stance as he's eyeing you, and looks like he's now gauging what it is that you're going to do.
He's kind of getting in this zen. He's not fight. He doesn't want to fight angry. He doesn't want to fight. He's just trying to fight fluid, and I am going to take 2 good swings at him.
Go for it.
What's his designator?
It's his name, so you could really almost do anything because he's the only other person in the fight. You could target B, and it would probably work.
Let's find out. Target B.
Nope.
Target Val.
Just do like Baldar or something. Should be fine.
I don't think that was the problem. I think it was something else in
It's
the
I attack, right? Or is it I space attack?
I space A or I space attack.
I tried to do the RR2 thing. Maybe that was the problem. See if one will work. No.
Put it in quotes so I can see what you're putting in here.
The whole thing?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe try doing Baldar. It may be getting confused on B for bonus. I'm not really sure. That should work though.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Let me actually change it. No, I did change it to your initiative. Yeah, you should be fine.
There you go. That's one.
Okay, yeah, I think there's the B. Maybe you need at least 2
maybe
letters of the name or something.
Smite.
In order to target him.
All right.
I forgot to target him. Hold on.
That actually no, because
No, that's something else. They've changed the paladin stuff too, but let me just see if I can. All right, try it again. Make sure to target him though.
and to designate which level.
1. So I'm defaulting to 1.
Did
Okay,
not
that's
target,
fine.
but I'll change it.
It didn't target? I put the target on there. Okay.
Now take your
attack.
second
Okay.
hit.
Missed.
So the first greatsword swings and almost catches him by surprise, the power of it, and then you infuse that radiant damage in. The second time he's ready for it and just kind of steps his leg back and is giving you the alternate foot forward on the approach. Anything else?
Go, Willem. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, the crowd is going crazy, cheering and yelling. This is definitely not a quiet affair at this point.
Actually, no. I just copy what Ryan says. So
Yay for pink skins! I'm not a pink skin. Yay for pink skins!
We can win.
All right. He tries a similar thing again.
It's like more tan now.
And is not finding any purchase
It's almost like
whatsoever.
Willem's like blocking with the sword or stepping. Yeah,
Yeah, kind of stepping, blocking, whatever works.
you're so excited.
And again, no rolls at all above a. That's the highest roll he's had so far is a
The
7.
gods have made it.
Yeah.
He's going to use a key point and activate Flurry of Blows because you could tell there's some frustration there, but it's almost like a quizzical. Willem, you can see it on his face. He's almost like concerned about why in the world is this not working. Okay. And again, terrible.
Baldar's
roll.
dice do not like him.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. For anybody not able to see all these dice rolls,
4,
let me just
7,
run
3,
this
and 2.
down for you. A 2,
Plus the 7.
a 2, a 5, a 4, a 7, a 3,
I could have almost
and a
fought
2
this guy.
on 6
But
attacks.
it's the way it's supposed to be. The gods are favoring our pink skin. Go, Willem, go. Go, Willem, go.
Okay.
Good block, Willem. Good
One.
block.
Key point.
I'm tapping on the chair.
Cool.
He does, just because of the way his fluid movement works, he is also kind of working his way around.
Yeah, well, I'm doing the
a
same
little
thing.
bit.
It's all footwork and movement and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I figured.
Willem tends to play Jedi style, like Qui-Gon Jinn style, so a lot of movement.
Jen is really good. She's
Right.
nice.
Okay. Let's see. First attack. Missed.
He's starting to get a little more used to your attacks, and you can tell he's got a lot of duck and weave
So
going on.
swing
on.
and weave.
Bam. And we
There
are
you go.
going to, this time, let's give him a little bigger dose. It's dash L space 2 for level 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then
Yeah.
Your target or before.
Yeah.
All right. He's already looking pretty wobbly.
So yeah, I'm just gonna.
This is the worst. You can see at this point, everybody is even starting to boo. This is both mechanically and to watch, like the worst pit fight ever.
It's like the Super Bowl.
Okay, and he looks pretty bad off to me, right?
He does,
I
yeah.
still have my movement left, right?
Yeah, I mean, you stepped basically 5 feet there, but yeah, you have the rest of your move if you
I was
want.
just doing it because he's saying he's like, oh yeah.
No, don't be
Oh yeah,
compassionate,
so
Willem.
yeah,
That's
he
not
moved
how
you
it
a little bit,
works.
but
Yeah. Doesn't matter. I know I'm going to provoke an attack of opportunity, but Willem will deliberately step back and away from him. Step back and away from him.
okay.
Move back 20 feet.
Ten, 15, 20, just in that direction there.
Hold on. No.
Does this God allow compassion?
Yeah. And I'll actually
whoever's sitting next
and
to
I'll actually say to him, not harshly, just take a moment, gather yourself, and let's try again.
Wow.
He looks at
Just
you
say that?
and kind of just like squints a little bit. He didn't actually strike at you when
Yes.
you backed away. He just kind of squints a little bit, sighs, and just kind of breathes in deep. I assume you're no bonus action there, right? Okay. Okay. And then he takes a really deep breath for a moment, and you see his cheeks kind of start to billow out a little bit. You've seen enough Dragonborn to know they have breath weapon attacks, but then he just swallows hard and lowers his head and rushes back towards you. There was just that moment of hesitation, and he decided, no, I'm gonna charge back in here. And
So we can get some hit points back.
That's the fighter thing.
Monk don't have
I didn't know if he was
to do that.
I didn't know if he was a pure monk or not.
no, I didn't multi-class this one. No, that is the type of thing that I would do. However,
Yeah, because even Willem is like,
for this particular
he
guy.
doesn't want to let the crowd down. This is kind of bad. There we go.
Yeah.
there we go. And he rushes in, has the chance to gather himself. There's a pretty decent little like stab into your thigh there, and you can see his eyes kind of flare a little bit when he does it. And I need you to make a Constitution save, please.
Oh, I didn't know we could poison his blades.
That's not necessarily. Monks have other things they can do that will require that.
It's fight however you normally fight.
Well, that's true. I had a Pathfinder monk.
I might be able to just do it with an attack. I'm not entirely certain. I can try it though. We'll see. Nope. Okay. Yeah. Make a Constitution save, please.
Okay.
Dang.
Nice.
Natural 20. Nice.
Natural 20 plus 5.
Dang.
Brilliant.
Yeah. So his first strike, he attempts to he's kind of stabs at the thigh a little bit, and then kind of pulls the spear half to the side a little bit, almost in an effort to kind of catch you off guard. And you are quite stalwart and are not stunned at this. So he tries again.
That's right next to the other
With another
scar I
attack.
got. It'll match.
That's weird. Attack not found, but I just did it. So, oh, that's why. Changed the command.
Was
Second
it?
one also finds purchase there. So yeah, another quick one pulls the spear back, and this time kind of twists the spear back around and just almost like bludgeons you in the side with the
base, yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Pommel. Mhm.
And then yes, is going to do spend a key point and try another flurry of blows. So striking out then with one of his let's see, unarmed. What is this set for? 1 or 2? I don't know what the difference is.
Hand, foot, tail.
Well, 1 arm strike, an
Or
arm
bite?
strike
Does he
2.
have
A
a
lot of
bite?
it is sometimes based on a like strength base versus dex base, but he really shouldn't have that option. So I'm not really sure. I'm just going to pick 1 and see. But again, strikes out and misses. He's going to, for his second part of the flurry of blows. Actually, let me make sure he can do this here. Yeah, he's actually going to lay a hand on himself. Then the hand that strikes out at you, he pulls it back very quickly, touches it to his chest, and you can see a little bit of energy and life kind of pulse back into himself. Plus, see if that works. Okay, he gets a little bit more health
Wow,
back.
bad
So
roll
he's
for
still.
him.
What's that?
Bad roll for him.
Yeah. Well, he's had nothing but bad rolls. So
Yeah, I know. That's kind of sad.
He
Yeah.
belongs in our
All right.
group. We should hire
You
him.
got this, Willem.
I
right.
would, if possible, I'd actually like Roland to make himself heard to Willem. I know it's loud in here, but if he can do it, simple message: finish this, Willem.
Yes.
make a perception check, Willem. If you are not locked in enough that you might possibly hear this, you're close enough. So whether you actually care to hear it. No, there's lots of chatter at this point.
But
It is, however, your go.
It is pretty much my sentiment at this point. Okay, I backed off. I let him get his licks in. Let's see if we can bring this to a close. So, might be our turn to miss.
That could happen.
Yep,
There's one.
one more.
Nothing like being positive.
Yep,
There's the other.
13 and 12.
More
Two
like our
misses.
group.
All right.
Is this gonna become a turnaround?
And he starts to, he seems a little bit more emboldened by your 2 misses and takes just a little step off to the side, and continues to. This time he's going to make 2 unarmed strikes on you.
I'm gonna guess they're kicks.
He's holding the spear in one hand when he's not actually attacking, so he's probably driving the first one is probably a punch, and the second one is a low kick, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Nice.
The first one misses, but the second one does actually hit. And when you see the swing, the punch kind of goes a little bit wide. You don't notice that the leg kind of comes up and kicks you almost like Charlie horses at the bottom of your hamstring there. And as it does, you feel this coursing of something moving through your body, and you actually have the effect of being poisoned. And you also then take, let's see.
Interesting.
Yeah.
He is a black dragon. Born.
Well, that wouldn't have anything to do with this.
Oh wait, that's right. It's green dragons that are poison, isn't it?
Let's do it this way.
Yes, but that still wouldn't. This would have to be a monk thing,
Okay.
or a custom thing. Regardless.
So yeah, you have 2. There's a coursing of like this energy drain kind of pull through you a little bit, and you are actually poisoned for let's see, until the end of his next turn.
Okay, which does what mechanically?
Poison creature has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Okay.
So your attacks on your next turn are going to be at disadvantage.
Okay.
That's his 2 attacks, and he's going to probably do Flurry of Blows again. Yeah, I think he's going to do Flurry of Blows again. I'm going to keep track of all his key points. So 2 more unarmed strikes. This one, a second kick, trying to hit that sore spot on the back of the thigh, misses as you're kind of gingerly favoring that right now. And so he lashes out with an elbow. Or actually the other way around. Lash out with an elbow and then misses on the follow-up, try to kick that same spot. So 10 points of bludgeoning damage on that one. And you see... just a little half smile show up on his face, and you can tell he's kind of enjoying himself a little bit more. But he says, "You fight well." It's your turn. It's the first thing he said to you the whole time.
You can do it. Stop playing with him.
Let's see. I got to put disadvantage up.
Well,
Damn.
Smite him! Smite him!
Yep. Finish it.
yeah.
All right. 2 things that happen then. So as you're doing this, as a reaction, he's also attacking you. As you're dealing damage, as a reaction, he's attacking you with his vengeful assault that the Dragonborn
that's
gets.
right, they do.
Or at least the
it's a
Ravenites do, I
Ravenite
think.
thing.
Oh, I didn't target him with the smite.
Oh, that's you. Sorry. That's you. My bad.
I also didn't target him with the smite.
Yeah. You're going to drop him. Yeah,
That's
you'll
smite
drop
gonna
him with
drop
the smite,
too.
but
We'll find
let's
out.
actually do the... I don't think
Yeah, I
so,
think he's
but
got
we will
enough
see.
help to tank it, even if he does hit.
Nope, because he can't trigger that again. Crap. AOO. Baldar. There we go. But no, flails wildly. You could tell he was trying to take advantage of you mid-strike and misses. And when you infuse that last bit of energy in with the smite, we'll make it official here. Baldar drops. And there's a slight pause in the noise of the crowd, and then lots of cheering. Not necessarily the same people that were cheering.
Because he hit me pretty good, and I kind of want to give him some props. As he falls,
Sure.
I'll actually go down to one knee and hold my sword pointing to the ground. And I'm tired, I'm crazy, and I'm poisoned, so I'm going to cast Lesser Restoration on myself to clear any remaining poison.
Okay. So LOH, I think.
Well,
Poison,
No, I'm actually using
maybe?
a spell.
yeah.
Oh, Lesser
Lay
Restoration,
on Hands
gotcha.
can also do that. Well, actually, I don't know if it does for the poison condition, but it can neutralize poisons.
Right. Okay.
And
So yeah,
kind of
you're
visibly doing
on
that.
a knee. He's just kind of like briefly out, and he sees you doing that even as he's kind of rolling over and trying to push himself back up to
And
his
then
feet.
I'll just stand up And as I stand up, I'll hit myself with my lay on hands.
Okay.
And let's see, how do I do that again? I got to do how many total?
It's LOH space heal, and then the space, the
Positive
number.
for a positive number, right? Plus sign in front.
Yeah. You don't need a sign if it's
And I
positive.
think you have to target yourself.
2. Oh,
Yeah, you need to target somebody.
Although, we're having alias issues again.
Well, somebody went and redid all of the paladin aliases and snippets, so it's a much better, more robust thing. But now we have
Right.
duplicates on stuff.
Okay.
Pink Day.
try that again.
All right, try it one more time. What you had was fine. There you go. And he stands, kind of uses his spear, stands a little bit wobbly, and reaches out and grabs your free hand that's not holding on to the sword. And as he lifts it up in the air to summon you being the victor, you also feel some healing energy pulse through you as well.
As the blade
Here, let's
enters your
drop
kidneys.
Initiative.
I won.
That's horrible.
You get 5. I know you only need 1,
Gotcha.
but you get 5 more points
To be fair,
of
you
healing
did roll a 1.
burst back into you. Yeah, don't tell him he's still rolling low.
Just a bad day.
He was a big fish in a little pond.
There's crowds going crazy, but then you hear just 2 again, booming claps. 1, 2, and everything goes silent again. He says, the keeper stands back up at the lip and looks down at you and says, "Does the victor have strength to come back out of the pit?"
And he will bow very deeply to the keeper in what looks like their tradition and walk to the edge of the pit and climb out. And I assume you want an athletics check.
Sure, go ahead.
And I
Advantage,
still
just in
remember,
case any
it should still be in 10
shenanigans
minutes,
happen.
so I should still have advantage on that.
Yeah, you're
My
fine.
pinata's worth some money
All of that
today.
took place in a
look
minute
at that.
or
See?
less.
Good that I did.
Total of 24.
Good thing you used it. Yep.
That would have been a 1.
You would have taken more fall damage than you took during the fight.
With the advantage, that's a 18 plus 6, 24. So he'll just climb out of the pit.
Yeah, it.
And once he reaches the top, he'll turn and he'll salute his opponent again, if he's still there. Salute him. And then he'll turn back to the keeper and bow again.
The Baldar, still in the pit, also bows low to you, and then just kind of half trots, half limps back over to the other corner, and he climbs out fine, but you can tell, and you know how much you pumped into him. He's hurting, but seems to make his way back out and up the other side just fine.
2/3 of the way down. A couple more lucky hits or a few less misses, he would have got me.
A lot less misses, let's be real.
You know what that means. Mercy has a cause.
And Willem, as you look around, probably at least 2/3 of the crowd is on their feet cheering.
I'm going to go looking for my friend.
Make a perception check, I guess.
Ryan has friends?
Do we need Tailspire anymore?
You all see Ryan actually hop off the bleachers and go rushing back toward the entrance all of a sudden.
Wonder what that's about.
It's about his winning bet.
That makes sense.
I think he's afraid the guy's going to renege on him.
Well, you can't have bet too much. I know he doesn't carry a whole lot on him.
5 gold.
Did we lose an Anna?
Yeah, Anna is still not back.
Listed as deafened. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, just double check. Yeah, he just kind of, just up and bolts. He's the only one leaving the seat, so super conspicuous. You don't really have to even make a perception check. It's kind of weird. And he's heading back toward the entrance.
Now bolted?
Willem, he's... Ryan, you climb up out of the pit right here, and Ryan leaves the seating area, walks not more than 10, 15 feet away from you, and just heads back toward the entrance really fast.
I'm kind of confused, but I'm facing the keeper.
Yep. And he holds his hands back up to the crowd and gets them to settle down. He says, I'm certain that some of you have a few affairs to settle up out in the marketplace. For the rest of you, thank you for coming. Perhaps we'll see this Willem de Garrett again soon. And he actually, for the first time, starts just full on clapping instead of just the 2 claps to get people's attention. And as he does, everybody else does as well.
Join in.
And you see Baldar on the other side, still kind of holding himself up partly with his spear, but he's leaning up on that and also clapping as well.
Go, Willem!
And I'll just kind of turn and kind of do a sweeping bow to everyone. Keeper, crowd, opponent.
Whiskey's
Ryan, you find...
Baldar will sign his statue.
You find this guy. He's not exactly hiding, but he's certainly kind of mixed in the rest of the crowd.
Right.
You'll have to push your way through to get to him. And you're the first one, outside of just people hearing cheers, you're the first one to get to the door. So you have everybody on the outside saying, what happened? Who won? Sounds like it's all over. Who won?
Won.
Everybody is starting
Willem
to
the
crowd around you.
won.
Willem the Pinkskin. You hear just kind of that getting spread all over the place. Willem the Pinkskin.
Nickname. Willem the Pinkskin.
All hail Willem the Pinkskin.
Nice.
Not to be confused with the pigskin.
No, pigskins get tossed around.
You have, especially the younger crowd starting to gather around you, making it really hard for you to push through. You're kind of at the base of the stairs there, but can't really get out into the main thoroughfare because you're just swarmed with people saying, give us the play-by-play. We just heard a little bit of an update, but it was over almost as soon as it started. What happened?
I try to recount it as I'm trying to kind of sidle my way to the guy I'm trying to get to.
Movie quote time.
How are you trying to make it through the crowd?
I'll just kind of turn sideways when I come up to somebody and kind of try and slip around as I'm telling them what happened.
All right, make an acrobatics check.
That's a 9.
Nothing terrible happens. Yeah, 9 on that. Nothing terrible happens, but it's wall-to-wall people. There's not a whole lot of getting through at this point. As you realize, if anything, they're starting to push you back up the stairs a little bit as they're starting to throng around you.
Wait, I need to go the other way over there.
You point in the direction. Make another perception check.
He'll never learn.
I know what he looks like.
You see the guy. He's a bit further away than he was before, and he's got his back to you. He looks like he's trying to slip out very quickly.
I don't like that.
Tonight, a bookie was found dead in an alley.
Willem, the keeper looks at you and says, much more quieter than his booming voice has been. He looks at you and says, once they all clear out, I assume you and your friends have a question for me.
Yes.
Then enjoy their company. I'll be here.
Thank you. I was honored by all of it.
As were we.
And with that, he'll go over to where his friends are.
Ryan's been gone for 2-3 minutes at this point, if anybody's keeping track.
Yeah, Pix would have, and I'm going to go see where Ryan is. He's been gone for a bit.
Excuse me, pardon me, trying to get through. Excuse me.
Make another acrobatics check.
I'm going to go see where he is.
Well, that was fun.
Yes, great showing that. I'm going to go see where Ryan went off to and
Take
try to
off
bring him
pretty
back.
quickly.
Yeah, we think he's having a bit of a slide back, and Pix will head his way. Or
You had
head
me
out.
worried, Willem, with that compassion move.
Crowd needed to see the local get a couple hits in. And he
I
needed
feel like this is deja vu.
to do it.
Didn't we do this once before?
And he's speaking softly. He just tells Whiskey, I wanted to earn his respect, not take it from him.
I trust you. You make your decisions. I
Yeah,
would have just
no.
ran around this. I would have just ran around.
I'm just explaining. It wasn't, you could call it compassion, but it was more like, to honor him, I needed to give him a chance to show his strength and overcome a little bad luck.
He had to draw blood.
That was bad luck. That was not skill. I was not. It may have appeared as if I was dodging and parrying quite well, but that was not it. He was off. Start. Not
So
sure
you
why.
literally could have just taken him straight out.
Maybe. I had a decided advantage, but that really isn't why we were here. We were here to earn respect, and I think we earned more respect after he drew some blood than before.
No, I agree. I did the same thing last night where I didn't take any money and gave it to the piano.
Yes, you see, that's exactly it. It's the same thing, just in a different venue.
Yes. I understand. You had me worried. I bit my nails.
He had me a little concerned. And once he got going, he got some pretty good hits in.
Yeah, he's talented. I wonder if he'll sign my statue.
Pix, you get outside and you see Ryan trying to push past some people, but they're swarming him for some reason. You're not really sure why, and so every time he tries to move forward, he's basically kind of getting plopped back down, so he's half seated
Okay.
on the steps.
Ryan, are you okay? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm trying to catch that guy over there.
Make another perception check.
He gone.
Ah,
Oh, yeah, he gone.
4.
You point over there, and Pix obviously doesn't see who you're pointing at because where you're pointing, you don't see him either.
Over there.
I just see more people over there, but no, whatever. Well, Okay.
Do I think I could jump over the throng and clear them, or does it look like there's too many people to jump over them?
Oh, no. You're talking hundreds, if not thousands of people
Just
flooding this space right now. This is the overflow of people who couldn't fit in at the arena itself.
And am I hearing that they're like just asking like what happened?
Yeah, that's basically it. They want an explanation, and it seems like as people are getting explanations and they leave to collect their winnings, or they just leave with firsthand story, then another group of people comes up asking the same question because they didn't hear it, or they didn't hear it firsthand, or whatever, that type of thing.
I cast minor image and show them the face of the guy who I was dealing with. Do you know where I can find this guy? Have you seen this man?
Maybe, but why don't you tell us about the fight? Yeah, we want to hear more about the fight. We don't care about that guy.
Pix will give a recounting and even give accurate noises and like mimic some of like the strikes and all that.
What do you see, 3PO?
Yep.
Hey, I don't have a whole lot of instances where I can actually use the mimicry for something.
That's awesome. That's like C3PO.
But yeah, so Pix just starts going into just like a play-by-play of everything, and
at first I was like, "Whoa," and then I was like, and then I was like, "Whoa."
Now cast Thunderstep.
He went like this. We went like that. I said, "Where'd he go?" Hollywood said, "Where'd who go?"
But yeah, Pix will recount the tale of Willem, the Wasteland Knight, versus the Dragonborn champion.
And they're all they're not pushing up against you as much, especially as noisy with sound effects that you're able to make. And if you're kind of perched up a little bit higher on the stairs, people can see a little bit more. I'll make sure people can see me and all that. And I'll try to do I'll try to do like act out some of it. Make a performance check.
Whiskey, he's stealing your jam.
Oh,
no, I don't. That's Pix does better sound effects than I do.
If I see Pix starting to act it out, maybe I won't do that.
If you see Pix start to act it out, what?
Help him with it, but when I see how poorly he does, I'm like, I don't want to be part of this.
Make a performance check, Ryan. Maybe you could be the champion.
Woo! Much better than Pix.
Yeah, so Pix, you start making all the sound effects, and you realize you're terrible at like doing both parts.
No, it wasn't like that.
But Ryan jumps up and starts to mimic all of Willem's things, and so you just make all the noises and keep getting hit.
Okay.
So you don't know whether people are booing you because you're losing in the fake fight or booing you because you're a terrible performer. But either way, they seem to like the overall performance.
Pix, side gig is Jester.
Giggity gig.
Yeah, you all hear every once in a while a cheer come up from the crowd outside now, as a lot of the people inside are starting to file out, and you're not really sure what's going on. But
portraying Willem, and Pix is portraying the other guy.
Yeah, no, that's how he worded it.
Yeah. Yep.
I keep forgetting charisma is my strong suit for this character.
Yeah, no, I just rolled really bad.
It takes about a half hour, but if you guys inside are just kind of waiting and milling about, eventually it largely clears out outside of some people who seem to be more temple attendants who are cleaning up the place a little bit and are starting to go about their normal morning duties. And you see, as everything is kind of clear, Pix, I don't know where you have your map right now.
But I can shoot back over.
Gotcha. All the way in the back, there's a small little alcove that you see probably right around in this area here. The keeper is standing close to where you met him the first time yesterday. Standing back here, arms folded across his chest again, just watching all of you. And if he catches one of your eye, then he just kind of gives a nod, as if to kind of say he's ready for you.
Get up and go over.
Are you going alone, or is the group coming with you, Willem?
I'll just say, come with me, but please let me ask the question.
Absolutely.
Yeah, rollable.
Yeah.
I'll kind of stand just in front of them, but I definitely want them with me. They're the reason I'm here.
Right. No, I was double checking. Yeah, you get up a little closer, and he just starts to continue to walk back a little further. I'll drop somebody in just so you have
Following, not with a rush, just following.
somebody here. I don't have any blue ones.
Yeah,
but
I don't want to
there
act
you go.
like a...
Yeah, and he just moves back into a darker alcove back here that seems to just kind of be, it's very sparsely furnished. There's a small side table there that just has a pitcher and two empty cups. It's got water in the pitcher, looks fresh, and he gestures toward that if you
Oh yeah, definitely.
are
After that
thirsty.
worked out, I'll take a cup.
Behind him is a larger banner. It's one of the few icons that you've seen in this entire space of the Stormlord itself, and it's just a large, jagged lightning bolt. It seems a little bit tattered. It's definitely not a brand new thing, but it seems to be proudly displayed, but it's displayed here in the back. And he nods to the rest of you as you follow as well. He says, "You have done well. Now, as promised, what is your question?"
And he'll say, in order for you to completely understand the question, is it allowable to give you a few statements of context?
He looks around at all of you a little bit and eventually says, "Knowing what you have learned of us and our people, choose your words wisely, but yes."
One of us has an arch nemesis, an evil wizard, whom he has fought again and again throughout time. In the last incarnation of this wizard, we believe he may have been a lich, and that his skull, when buried with his body, was his phylactery. We believe that this skull has been unearthed, that possibly the spirit of this dark wizard has possessed the person that now bears it, and that this reanimated dark wizard, this lich, has the power, the means, and the intention of traveling to Draconia and animating the Great White into a Draco-Lich under his control. We are here to prevent this from happening. So my question is this: how can myself and my companions earn the right defend your people and in fact all people from this threat that we think is coming if it is not already here.
A little
He
tear in my
stops
eye.
and kind of turns and just stares at the banner for a moment. And it's like an uncomfortable amount of time. 4 or 5
Wait.
minutes pass
Just
of just
wait.
pure
Mhm.
silence. And eventually he turns around and says, "It is not for me to determine the specifics of the answer, or certainly of the request. I merely serve today as a messenger. So as I deliver the question of how you may be able to help, the best I can offer for my part is to ask for you to seriously consider, can you? Do you understand?
Yes.
I will deliver your question, but do not make promises you can't keep.
If there is someone better, we would step aside. But we know of no one better at this time.
Understood.
We're not here for pride or fame, just because we believe it should be done.
Just know that a fool that throws himself at folly for the sake of no wise man present is still a fool."
And yet sometimes,
And he bows low.
and he'll reply, and sometimes, in order to save the forest, one must throw themselves upon the fire before it can spread. And he'll bow in return.
As he stands up and looks you in the eye, he says, "Just be certain that you're not the kindling for said fire. I will deliver your message. Stay as long as you'd like." And he bows one more time and starts to walk. He doesn't seem to be hiding it at all, but walks over to the banner and messes with something over by the rock, and a panel slides open behind the banner and then slides back shut in the rock, and he's gone.
You know, Willem, we have to ask ourselves, that's a very serious question,
It is.
because we haven't finished our quest. We don't have everything everybody needs.
That's
That
true.
is a serious question.
That wizard has one of the items.
That's true. But the Anna doesn't have hers. The Pix doesn't have his.
But we will at no
Willem
point
doesn't have his.
we will at no point have all of the items
We don't know
when
that.
we attempt to get one of the items. It's not possible. The items are likely to be obtained one at a time. So we can't not go after one of these items because we don't have all of the items.
So Willem said that Link has fought him many times, but Link has never said what it was or how powerful. If you got a mage that can raise a bones of a dragon and make it a Dracolich, we are way underpowered.
Well, I'm thinking it must be some kind of ritual and maybe artifact.
I don't know anything about magic from that end. I'm just stating that
And I think the item is the the power of the item is something we want to use also. And if we can get it from him or get him before he can do it, we can prevent it. But if we wait too long, then we're looking at fighting a great white Dracolich, and that's assuming he doesn't just freeze this entire area before we can get to it.
I don't think that this wizard wants to do anything here. I think he wants to take that Dracolich elsewhere.
I don't think we'll be dealing with a lich. Master Ibrahim is a wise and capable warrior, well versed in our arts. But a lich and a wizard at once, catching him off guard, I don't think we would have found a dying man in that room.
We would have found a dead man.
Exactly.
Fair point.
I think we stand a chance if we act now. But if we tarry, then their power may grow beyond our ability to thwart. If I am wrong, then
We'll be dead, and it won't matter what you say.
We may escape. It may be a case of where we test ourselves and we find ourselves lacking, and we'll have to retreat and fight another day. Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody here that would retreat.
Oh, I would if overmatched. Does that surprise you?
As would I.
There's no point in dying a hopeless death. You can't
Absolutely
save
not. I have a lot to do.
Yeah, you can't save someone if you let yourself become a martyr. That and that sort of thing. A lot of times, that's about pride, not sacrifice.
There's a time and place for martyrdom.
But there are times and places where it's not either.
And I don't think this will be one of those times.
Martyrdom, it only has to be the last resort, and it is only useful if it actually prevents something.
Or enable something.
But then it's only useful if it leads to something other than songs.
Exactly.
What happens if Willem has to kill his friend? Can he do it?
What friend? Whom are you
What
talking
if the
about?
little fairy girl has gone evil?
You mean Link?
Link, that's what I meant. Yeah.
That will be up to Link to handle.
It would be.
And I don't know that we'll find that. I think there might be things driving her that we don't understand.
She went with this guy and is with a wizard with his head cut off and whatever.
She's forced.
I don't know if that's the case.
Or-
She's Fae.
Or is this a case of where this is part of Link's destiny, and in order for Link to reach his greatest self, he has to do. So she's put it in motion. Whether that's for the right reason or the wrong reason, it's something else.
So I'm just curious. Are we to assume that our future is like, if this is destiny, then actually you have to kind of pick through the rubble and the haystack to find your destiny? Is that what you're saying? Is that we just make mistakes until we actually find we're doing something right? I mean, I know maybe we can maybe we can live again, but the point is
mostly how I've done it.
Isn't that? I think you just described life, Whiskey.
no. I've always made my choices.
Yes, but you stumble through, and perhaps one as agile as you doesn't stumble, but you understand my meaning. You move through the events. Sometimes you have control over them, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you have choices to make, and sometimes those choices are thrust on you. All I can tell you is that one of those choices has been thrust on me. That dagger must be relieved of the hands holding it.
You better hope that you kill this person who is holding it, or they're going to dog our steps wherever we have to go to destroy that dagger.
I have every intention of killing that person in as quick and efficient method as possible.
Those of you still back in the alcove area hear a small sliding of stone again and little pitter-patter of feet, and from behind the banner a little silver dragonborn girl, can't be more than 6 or 7, that says, excuse me, sirs and ladies.
Yes, a little bit.
Yeah.
And she does this awkward curtsy thing.
Oh, cute.
Your request is under consideration. A messenger will be sent soon. But don't wait. And then she gets a little less formal and kind of whispers, they take a long time.
We'll go back to the inn if that's acceptable.
Okay. And then she skitters back and you hear the stone slide shut again.
What time of day is it, Anthony?
You're still before lunchtime.
If we get back and make a quick lunch, we can make another expedition outside if we want to. I don't know if we'll find anything different.
Not unless we're willing to go high up in the mountains to the miners' camp. And then beyond that is Draconia, way up in the mountains. But it's going to be cold. Cold. We're going to need winter clothes.
We're going to need more cold weather gear then.
We will also
shopping day.
We'll also be potentially out from where our messenger would meet us with our answer.
True. Let's go back and
Though I did say we would venture forth today.
Well, we have pressing matters. Willem is a
exigent
hero.
circumstances. I'm sure the guards are aware of what happened with the contest, but we can tell them that we'll have to wait to get a reply before we head out. In the meantime, we should go ahead and see about getting that cold weather gear and anything else we need.
Wise idea.
Like a real statue of Willem.
I need no
You know that
statue.
pink piñata is going to be worth more money now.
Oh, I'd just smash it and eat the candy or give it out.
We can cut the head off it and eat the get. No, that wouldn't look right.
You guys wandering out.
Yeah.
Roland would be.
Hicks and Ryan are kind of, I assume, wandering back in.
Yeah.
Looking around for
Yeah,
everybody.
eventually, once the crowd dissipates, we would have headed back in. But
There
I'll be
you
right
are.
back.
We're shaking hands as we come up to the group. Good job.
There you are. What happened?
We had to let everybody know the results. Nobody outside could hear or see anything.
It's going to be bad. Did you get your winnings?
Alas, no. The throngs kept me from it.
Winnings?
We ended up performing the whole story for him, though. I must say, Pix, I didn't realize you could make such perfect imitations of other sounds.
Pix makes lightsaber noises.
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
I thought you only mimicked people's voices.
Do you remember what this man looks? Do you remember what he looks like?
I create a minor image to show them.
I bet you he'll be at the inn tonight, the other one. We can go there.
Which one?
The
one you went to by yourself?
The Brawling Dragon?
Struggling Drake?
Crackling?
Struggling.
The Struggling
Struggling.
Drake. Why can't I remember that? The Struggling Drake. The Brawling Draconin, yeah. Struggling Drake.
At this point, there's not really a whole lot of people in the temple anymore, and it's kind of largely gone back to the way that you found it yesterday. There's a couple people sparring off to the side. There's a couple attendants still working on cleaning up, but it's relatively empty again.
Okay. Head out.
So what was our question? Did they answer it yet?
No, they have not answered it yet. And
The question was, how do we
how much
earn
did you make?
No, the question is, how do we earn the right to defend them against the person who wants to reanimate the dead dragon? And considering their answer.
He also said to us, can we fulfill what we promised?
Well, that is the $1,000 question, right? 1,000 coin question.
Yes, it is. The only
The
problem
5
is,
gold piece bet?
if we can't, I don't know if there's anyone else out there who can. And if they are, how do we get them here? I think we at least got to give it a try.
Maybe he won't be ready to come this way that quickly, and that'll give us time to empower ourselves.
Yeah, that's
No.
like saying maybe he froze to death in the north.
No. But unless we get some guidance either way, I think the only thing we can do is try to prevent it.
Did you say that somebody has fought this guy multiple times?
Well, not the guy who has the skull, but the skull is of Link's recurring enemy.
Does he resurrect like we did? Is he attuned?
As I recall, that was how the story went.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter how you kill him, he just comes back.
Link tells you he's not really sure how it worked. He definitely doesn't remember ever interacting with them before because it was a
Right.
previous life, and just like the rest of you, you're having trouble piecing those things together. But he says he isn't certain that it's the same.
It's similar. Got it.
Especially if this lich, this demi-lich head had some sort of essence still in it, that would imply it's not the same as you guys.
But there are other means to cheat death as it were, or embrace it even.
Yeah, and that's where he kind of throws up his hands and says, I'm not the magic person, I don't know.
Can't say that was exactly my area of study either. So we'll be waiting for a reply. So are we not to head out then today?
I would say no.
No, we should go by that store and see if we can get enough cold weather gear to outfit us.
Okay.
Yeah, what if the council wants to actually talk to us and we're up in the mountain?
True. Alrighty then, let's go to the shop then.
and Willem will relate the directions he got.
Okay. Sure. You can find it relatively easily. It's the thoroughfare is a little more crowded than it was yesterday because people are still out and about. It seems like when it's, a big go out in public day, people will linger a bit longer than they might otherwise. Since I'm already out, I might as well, that type of thing. So it's a little busier, a little more crowded, but it's not necessarily impossible to pick your way through at this point. And yeah, you make your way to a fairly nondescript little doorway, archway that indeed has the placard that just says the General on the front of it. And I assume you head on through.
Yep.
It's a narrow hallway. You definitely have to go single file, but it's not like it's claustrophobic or anything. But it takes you in. It goes from being a little bit more specifically carved for this purpose, like the rest of the facade that you've seen out in the front area, to much more of a rough type of hewn, and then very quickly opens up very broadly. And you probably only walked for maybe 2 minutes down almost a straight stretch of tunnel type of space, and now you're basically standing in the middle of a massive interior chamber that's probably about the size of like an aircraft hangar would be a good size description.
Oh my.
Welcome to Macy.
It's just
Go
as
to the
tall.
General and save some time.
And what immediately grabs everybody's attention is this massive string or stretch and connective structures of large, oversized chains and floating pieces of rock that seem to move similar on some scales to like elevator structures, moving people from one platform to another platform on the other side of the room, all connected again mostly by these chain items. So it's almost like a mixture of like an elevator and like a trolley system.
Interesting.
But there are also a number of these other larger chunks of rock that are floating inside that are not transport so much as this seems to be different floors of this particular space.
Yeah.
And so it takes up all one massive warehouse type size, but there's different sections that you can go to. Those of you with keener eyesight see there's one section to move over to if you're looking for weaponry. There's another platform that has clothing and basic leather attire. There's a different section that has more of the metal metal workings and stuff like that, and then various foods and rations and traveling goods and stuff like that. So everything seems to be in a different section of the entire space. Where you come out, there's about 10 to 15 feet of rock platform, and then just a drop. If you look down, there's probably about 30 feet before there's rocks below you. You take one step too far and you're not going to land for a bit. And there's just a small sign waiting there, hand written, kind of painted on it. It looks like it's been there long enough that they've maybe had to repaint it once or twice. That basically says, again, in Draconic, outside of the words the General, which is also in Common, but in Draconic it says, the General will be with you shortly. Please wait.
So, should we just wander about?
He says, wait.
Grola, do you tell them that's what it says?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I will read out the sign and.
Yeah, I'll give Grola the opportunity to translate that.
Sorry about that.
It says we should wait, so I'd suggest we wait.
Oh. Okay. And Pix will eye the floating stones with interest, because that's something at least tangentially related to the dunamancy that he specializes in, what with the gravity manipulation and all that. And just kind of try to figure it out in his head. Maybe like do some like gesturing or whatever in there, like he's writing something out.
Right. You wait for a few minutes, and you're able to see there are a number of other people both shopping and also working. The clientele here are a mixed bag. There's a little bit of Drakenblood. There's a little bit of Ravenite. There's all different scale colors represented here. You don't seem to really see any consistency there. The employees are largely the same, although mostly Ravenite, which is the case everywhere here. Mostly Ravenite, but they're wearing what appears to be some sort of like a trussed up military type of look. They're wearing kind of basic leather armor, but it's almost like it's not as gaudy as Renfair type of look, but to some degree, anybody who's been to that type of a festival space of let's pretend to be adventurers for a weekend, that type of costuming attire. So on one hand, it's a little bit amusing. On the other hand, it's kind of cool to have a theme to this particular space. So take that as you individually would prefer. Eventually, there's a woman who's wearing a decent bit of leather armor and has, whether they're real or not, you're not entirely certain from this distance, but has a longbow kind of slung over her shoulder and a quiver of arrows with a like a leather hat that kind of comes to a point with a feather sticking out of it. She's green skinned, and the leather itself is also is mostly brown, but is kind of trimmed with a similar green emerald type of look. And she's actually riding by herself one of these elevator trolley rocks and coming in your direction.
Okay.
And eventually it stops and kind of just alights right there at the edge. You can see where the slab touches. They press together and seem to hold firm. You almost have a little bit of trouble seeing where they are not connected.
Ooh, interesting.
When they're pressed together like that. And she steps off and says, welcome, travelers, visitors from all places. I can be your guide today. Is there anything in particular you're looking for here at the General?
I was told that we might be able to acquire cold weather gear here. We're planning on an expedition up past the mining sites.
Oh, well, certainly we can help you with that. I assume you got yourself permission, because that's not something we can give here, but we can certainly outfit you for it.
We're seeking permission, but in the meantime, we want to go ahead and get the equipment.
Well, that's great. I hope you get it. And regardless, there's lots of cold weather wherever you go. So even if you don't make it where you think you're headed, I'm sure we can help you out. Why don't you just step right over here on the rock and we can get started?
All right.
Yeah, certainly. And Pix almost excitedly gets on it. It's like, Do you happen to know how all of these, and he's gesturing to all the floating stones, and is like, how this all works?
That's magic, honey. That's how it works. It's magic.
I realize that, but it's just I'm curious. It's close to something that I study, so I'm wondering of the formula behind it.
I'm not sure that anyone here actually knows. This is all ancient. These are pieces of rock that they pulled from the ruins itself and the last bits of the floating islands, and they decided to make use of it. We've got it all throughout the mountains if you know where you're looking.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Just picture these things, but on a massive scale, large enough to hold entire towns and villages.
Ooh.
Oh, I imagine it was beautiful.
Yes, it does sound quite nice. Very. Ooh. Yeah, and Pix is like just looking off in the distance, just trying to imagine it, and he's his hands are like kind of.
Oh, dude, watch your step, hon. Don't want to fall
off. Sorry, the idea just excites me, is all. It's quite a fascinating idea.
I can see that. If you don't mind, let me step right over here. Yep, here's the spot, and away we go. And you hear just a slight grinding of stone on stone, and you start moving your way up in a particular direction, up slightly higher and off to the left side of the room. It stops for a moment at the section where there's just basic food and provisions, and she says, if you wanted to shop here for anything, now's your chance. We can swing back by, but otherwise we're gonna have to hop off of this one and head over to this platform right over, and she kind of gestures off to the side, right over here.
Now, based on what I'm seeing, are these chains like guiding the stones to what?
I honestly, hon, I couldn't tell you. I've been working here for a couple of years, but we don't really talk about all the functions of stuff. We're just here to sell our goods and make them.
Sorry, it's just it's just my curiosity has been alighted, and I have a hard time controlling it.
Let's go ahead and get some basic rations while we're here and help to refill our.
Certainly. If you have any questions, I'll be right here, waiting at the platform. Don't be a stranger.
We'll be right back. Yeah,
he's grabbing some more
basic rations. Make sure that we're full up on those.
They have some baskets, and then there's also kind of almost like wheelbarrow type of stuff that seems like it would be a little bit more hardy to take on the platforms with you, almost like a shopping cart of sorts, for you to take what you need and then check out at the end.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Like, do you think we'd be able to like take a card and have all of us fit on one of these? Like, how big are the platforms?
There's 8 of you. You could easily fit probably 12 to 15 people on one of these things. Now, if all of you had the wheelbarrows, that's a completely different story.
But I think we can
grab the basic rations and head back to the platform.
I'll finish up here. Great. And you said you needed to get to the cold weather gear, correct? Furs and the cold provisions are right up here. And she steps onto another platform, and this one almost takes you completely vertical up to another section that you didn't even realize kind of was there based on like the height and the location of it. But yeah, you step off. There's lots of different, mostly furs and fur-lined material. There's some heavier kind of reinforced leather items as well. Just some like heavy down stuffed articles. Probably whatever you need you could find here if it's a basic cold weather type of thing and you're not too picky on your
armor and
color
liners is basically what I'm after.
Yeah. Let me see if there's anything basic there. I would say, yeah, if you're just looking for liners for what you've already got, probably if you're not looking for anything fancy, I'd say maybe a silver for each of you, looking for any cold weather stuff. If you're just looking to line what you already have.
Well, maybe.
It's a little more expensive than basic clothing, but then because it's fur and down and stuff like that, then that makes sense.
Actually, I'm looking for almost an undercloak to put under the regular cloak, and then something to wear under the armor. Maybe some mittens and it's like, oh, you know what? They've got snow in the high areas. Maybe we should think about snowshoes. I'll ask the attendant if that's a thing.
Snowshoes? She says, well, if you look over here in the bin, I can't guarantee we have your size, but there's a few over there. You can take a look. Let's see. Roll me a d20. If you get 11 or higher, then you got some in your size.
You got my good roll earlier.
And also
hey,
a d10.
Is that for everybody?
Willem, roll a d10 also.
Okay.
Oh, 10 out of 10. Look at that.
So you find a pair that does seem to fit you, or at least will work once you lash it on, and that's one of 10 full sets in there. So if anybody else wants to go digging through and see if you can find one also your size, roll a d20 and we'll see.
Nope. That's because I'm a cat.
Yeah, Whiskey, even as you're searching through, you're thinking, my claws would get stuck in this.
And how am I going to get winter clothes?
Yeah, I don't even think they would. Well,
I would have to spend enough time for my coat to grow in, and that's not going to be enough.
Well, I assume you're still wearing clothes. It's not like you're just walking around.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be really cold. It's magical cold. It's not going to...
No. Didn't think so. I've got bird feet.
Cold weather items are still a thing.
They're not cold weather clothing, and snowshoes are both available on your D&D Beyond equipment list.
They are.
They are.
Yep, I had a feeling. What's the pricing
10
listed
gold,
on there?
For a outfit that consists of a heavy fur coat or cloak over layers of wool clothing, as well as fur-lined hat or hood, goggles, and fur-lined leather boots and gloves.
Yes.
And then, as long as
Goggles.
cold weather clothing remains dry, its wear automatically succeeds on saving throws against the effects of extreme cold.
Okay, yeah, so that's what we're going to say. If you're just looking for basic keep you warm so you're not having to, shiver for roleplay effect, then, yeah, the 1 silver liners and stuff like that is enough for that. If you're looking for actual mechanical cold weather gear with all of this stuff, then, yeah, that actually will give you success against the extreme cold. Then yeah, you're looking at the 10 gold stuff.
Yeah, let's go for that.
Yeah, let's go. I'm paying that. So.
Yeah.
You said snowshoes are a thing?
They are a separate thing. Yes.
Is that one word?
And they are 2 gold.
There we go. Because this is kind of a grab bag type of bin, they're kind of in a reduced rack. So we'll say if you find a set that will fit you, they're 1 gold. It looks like Willem did, Nona did,
Yep.
Ryan did.
Yeah, I actually got a good roll.
Yeah.
I'll roll for Anna. and the link, and then they can decide whether they
Got
actually wanted them later. So first one's Anna, second one's Link. Both of them are good. So if they want them, they have access to them. They can deduct
Me
2
and my
gold
bird
and add
feet.
that in.
All right, well, you all look quite spiffy right now. I can't imagine exactly how cold the weather is without these scales here that all the rest of us are used to, but I can definitely say you look a lot
I
warmer
certainly
now.
feel it.
The only other thing that I think that I need, do you sell bows and arrows like that here?
Oh, sure thing. Sweetheart, we can head down that way if everybody's done in this section.
That's an actual working bow. Out of character, does that look like an actual working bow to me, Anthony? Or is it just a costume piece?
You're not sure. It's on a different platform.
Okay. No, I'm looking at the one she's wearing.
Oh, hers. Make an investigation check. $14. You're pretty sure the bow would at least work. In a pinch. It's definitely not anything amazing looking. Whether there's actually sharpened heads on the arrows, you're not really sure. But the bow looks like it's functional.
That's what I'm looking for. In case you run into sturgeons and split around where I can't get a hold.
Are we all set on this platform then?
I think so.
What was on the?
I don't mean to rush anyone at all, but I just didn't want anybody to have to double back around if they could help it.
Yep, everybody got what they need?
Mm-hmm.
I'm still trying to find the winter clothes in the list.
Just put
cold weather.
Yeah, cold weather.
Cold weather.
Cold
Just
weather,
search
I'm
for
doing
cold weather.
winter.
Yeah, that'll do.
Because the joke would be when it's really cold, but it's not winter, or it's winter, but
Is that
not
under
really cold.
other gear or?
It's under adventuring gear.
Just search for cold weather in the search bar, and it'll be
Yeah,
the first
there
thing
it
that comes
is.
up.
Oh. Did the general have any musical instruments? I'm always looking for something new.
I'm sure we've got something, sweetie. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Yeah.
And do we have what you're looking for? That would be the
You know what
question.
the banjo is?
I'm not musical myself, but I'm sure somebody can help you on that platform, or you can take a look around
Cool.
yourself.
That would be awesome.
Oh, well, next stop is the weapons.
Oh, sweet. Nothing magical, I assume.
Well, just between you and me, and she leans in and says, not really.
Anything crafted really good?
Well, as you can see, we're more mass production here. We're mostly looking for the best way to protect all of the people and take care of everyone and make sure there's a little bit more of even playing field across the board. It's more beneficial for each of us and doesn't make anyone feel like they're more special. We, in the past, you see, with our tradition, have had issues.
Fair.
Understood.
And she kind of, at first, it looks like she's turning and like showing you her backside, and winking at you, and then you realize she's indicating her
I
lack of tail.
Picked up on that one.
Yeah.
And then my mind flashes to last night at the inn, and he was very well accepted, and he had a tail. So there are some who don't look at that.
Yeah, you're traveling as a bard, and you're kind of moving in and out of spaces that people either frequent or frequent without paying attention to. Make an insight check based on last night, actually. You gather where he was, and based on what he was doing, he was fully
Plus, he
accepted.
survived.
You're not sure whether he would have had the same experience at a more highbrow type of establishment, or if he was the one owning said establishment. You're not entirely certain, but doing what he was doing in the place that he was in, nobody seemed to care.
Yeah, and I thought that was great. That's why I like that inn. Is they even accepted me, and I'm a cat. So not many tabaxis running around the world.
Yeah, and the other place that had the families dining in had both types present, but it's just a different type of space. Yeah.
Also, I'd argue that tabaxi only
you get to the next
around.
platform. You get to the next platform, which is decent size. You realize the racks are kind of spread out a little bit wider apart than the rest. And she kind of points to them and says, "Do be careful with the merchandise. We allow people to do a couple practice swings." And she kind of mimics, swinging a sword around. But be careful of the people around you. And if you hit it or you break it, you bought it.
Fair enough.
Is there anything unique? I'm more like whiskey's more into like, hey, look, that girl was by this, got this design, and it looks really cool. Nothing ever has to always be magical.
There's nothing with ornate anything. If you're looking for something with a design, you're not going to find it.
Yes, because everybody has to be the same. Got it.
It's more a matter of if it's extremely well crafted, that probably means one person took a lot of time making that one item. And it seems like, especially for the place that this city is in, they need all hands making things for all people. That seems to kind of be the general approach. We have time for specialization and making things pretty later. Right now, we need
if I see any blade in the mainland made in Draconia, and quick.
You cut out there, but yeah, basically anything from Draconia that actually says from Draconia is from pre-fall days when it was the actual empire.
Find a functional longbow and a quiver of arrows.
Yeah, they're basic prices.
Yeah. Oh.
They're all functional, but yeah, nothing amazing to them. There's a little sliver you see in the fletching of the arrows that you're not entirely certain what type of bird they came from. But they seem to be just as functional as anything else. It's just kind of a slightly different color pattern to the feather on the fletching.
I'd like to grab a bundle of crossbow bolts and a let's see. Yeah, it's like just a scimitar.
Okay. Yeah, they should have that.
Yeah, if not a scimitar, I would have gone with a short sword. It's cool.
They definitely have short swords. Scimitars are probably a little less common, but there's probably one or two for you to grab from. Grolod or Nona, anything in this area that strikes your fancy?
Grolod's already good with his weaponry.
Okay, I figured.
Me, I'm looking like for a mall or a great mall.
Yeah, I think in 5e it's just a mall.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a couple. There's two that you find. One almost looks like somebody took a small ale cask, filled it with something heavy like some sort of metallic substance, or you're not entirely certain because you can't really see inside. Like filled it up and then covered it in like this lacquer type of thing to like seal it all in. And that's like the head of this maul. So it almost looks like you're hitting somebody with a keg on a stick. The other one is a little bit more standard. It looks like almost like a small anvil that's been drilled through with the shaft kind of placed in and weighted, with the pegs so that the pieces don't come off. So you have two. They're definitely unique in fashion, but they seem to do the trick. Don't seem to be anything necessarily mechanically different from a normal maul.
Careful.
Guys, I can't decide.
If that one with the anvil says Acme on the side of it, don't touch it. It's cursed.
Guys, I can't decide. Which one do you guys think? The anvil or the beer keg?
The one that's not likely to break because it's made of wood.
Here, hold this. Pass them the beer keg. They filled it with something.
Or drag you to the bottom of the
Blunders is
ocean.
great.
It's still made of wood.
Yeah.
So are some shields.
Anvil. That's true.
Now,
What are you taking the anvil for?
Well, it's always fun to smack somebody with an anvil, but still, just in case. A good thing.
Those things freaking heavy?
It's a maul. It's just shaped like an anvil.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a maul, but it gives you further insight into the let's make everything functional type of mindset.
Yeah. Also, Anthony, I decided to go ahead with a short sword. I realized I don't have proficiency with scimitars.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's martial, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, short swords are, but I mean, rogues just happen to get them.
Man, if you could work out some kind of teeter-totter attack with that anvil on a stick, that would be hilarious.
Indeed, that would be.
On a stick.
All right. Anything else in the weapons aisle, as it were?
Nope.
All right, and I hope you guys are tracking your gold expenditure because I am
Yep.
not.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
All right. If you follow me, I believe there's at least one request for the musical instruments. So it's a little bit further travel, but I believe it will be well worth at least one of your whiles.
And it is like you actually go down below the platform that you came in on and realize, oh, there's actually more sections of the store underneath of that area as well. So it's like the do 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 type of elevator music while you're waiting.
Well, I imagine that's her
this
doing
big exciting morning, and the little chatterbox that's with you guys and the rest of you very much not chatterboxes, just listening to her kind of continue to ramble, and likely Pix also rambling with her.
Yes.
I'm waiting for Pix to actually start mimicking the strange southern drawl that she's got by the end of the day.
All right, next stop, we do have the musical instruments. Watch your step. There you go. Do tell me if you find that banjo, because I really don't know what that is.
What type of instruments do they have, other than the common lyre and etc.? Or do they not just? Do they just have plain instruments?
These, from what you can tell, are similar to some of those malls that that Nona found. These are instruments that seem to have been fashioned out of other items and so you can make out, oh, this is a set of like hollowed out pipes that have been cut to different sizes. This is kind of a panpipe setup. Various things along those lines. There's definitely a number of different drum type sets that are using either buckets or various hollowed out types of holding containers and that type of thing. It almost makes you, Whiskey, sad as you realize musical instruments take, unless they're just like strung together with a bit of like lashing or something like that, musical instruments take a good deal of work and a craftsman that knows what they're doing, and also then a lot of times passed down from family to family. And if there was such a destruction amongst especially the people in this former kingdom that had all of the money and all of the primary goods, that they may not have had a whole lot of instruments to pass on. And that's not the type of thing that you can necessarily mass produce as well. So it's kind of sad looking over the selection that they have. Not because, oh, these are really sorry looking instruments, but realizing they're making the most beautiful music they can with just janky equipment and nothing. So you can find a number of things. If you're looking for a particular instrument, you might find a version of it that you didn't realize could exist. Just let me know specifically what you might be interested in. Or I'm wondering if Whiskey's headset went dead.
No, I'm sitting here.
In and out earlier.
I was just listening.
Okay.
I was relaxing.
Gotcha.
So there was nothing. You said that the instruments are all basically normal. So I'm just looking.
Well, that's what I was saying. They're all, in their own way, they're all exotic, but not because they're like a.
Oh no, I wasn't looking for that. I was just looking
like
for
that
banjo because it sounds different.
But at least in the musical instruments department, all of them are unique by virtue of they don't have all these amazingly crafted, even like your instruments. There's nothing that comes close to even a standard instrument like your fiddle. So there are things that look like they would operate like a violin, but they've had to cobble it together with other items. But as you kind of test them a little bit, they sound functional. They sound like they would do the job and are unique in their own way. They're just not going to carry with it the same.
It's not going to
beauty and
right. And
look,
as the bard I am, be seen with a pipe.
Sure.
Like the.
Yeah, so that's kind of what you leave with is the that sadness of there's an entire, not just generation, but like an entire kingdom worth of instruments that potentially will never be found.
But we may find them because
again.
If we go up there, we might find them. There's still a lot of stuff buried there. So, and unique stuff that fell out of the sky.
For what you may find.
That may be interesting.
Well, sweetie, did you find that banjo you were talking about? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is there anything at all on this section
it's all interesting and stuff, but no, unfortunately. I have my heart set on a particular thing.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that. Is there anything else, any place else any of you would like to go?
Is there anywhere I can get a pry bar? I lost my last one in a dungeon dive.
Oh, honey, that was back at that first platform, but I imagine we can make it back there. I don't think we can get too lost in a place like this. And then you hear her say, well, you would. I can't. Off we go.
And she takes you back to that starting thing where you
Yeah.
got like your rations and that type
For that
of thing.
accent you've given her, man, all I can think is she belongs in a Bud Light Legends commercial.
Yeah, Grolid will.
I was trying to think of like this, age 50 lady that has been waitressing for the last 40 years. Well, 40 would probably be rough. Last 30 years of her life and is still actually happy doing it. That's kind of the idea I had for this.
Bud Light salutes you, chatty elevator car operator.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Grolid will actually pick up a grappling hook and length of rope to replace the one he left on the island.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, hey, we can be grappling buddies.
Giggity.
Giggity.
Pix and Grolid are bunking together tonight.
Don't you bow wow?
Oh, their hands on now.
Willem comes in to lay on hands.
Those are pillows.
All right. Well, I don't want to say last chance, but last chance. Is there anything else that you'd like to see? Any place else you'd like to go? Or are you ready to go to the checkout counter now?
Good to go.
I think we're good.
Yeah,
Checking out.
Be good.
All right, here we go. Last call. Woo woo. Here we go.
Your gold has automatically been removed from your butt.
Removed from your butt.
If your buddies, grappling buddies.
And she gets you down to a lower platform, and it's kind of off around the corner from where you came in, so it's not necessarily visible, probably by design, from where you first walked in. And there's a larger couple of counters that have a little bit more sleepy looking clerks there. They don't look quite as bright-eyed, bushy-tailed as the lady that's been escorting you around.
Okay.
The platform comes to a stop, and she takes a look around and says, well, before I head on back and meet up with another group, is there anything else I can help you with today?
All right. So, taking what I've heard from her, I said, "Oh no, thank you very much, dear. Thanks for showing us around and just giving us a grand old time. I just hope you have a wonderful day."
She stops talking basically for the first time since you met her, and just kind of looks at you and looks back at the rest of the group and says,
Is he mocking me?
I knew she was going to think that.
He does that to everyone, dear heart. It's just who he is.
It means he likes you. He knows
Yes.
people.
Yeah, and I will reply with kind of known as like, indeed, with using all of their voices. Indeed, thank you very much.
It's much worse, though, if you have a mustache.
Oh, yes.
God. Exit, please.
He mocks people with the mustache.
Oh, no, he creeps them.
Exit, please.
Who is it that I give my gold to?
Check, please.
Any of the three clerks over there? Well, I think I'm glad you came, and I'll be
We
seeing
are
y'all
very
now.
glad that you showed us around. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll see you at the inn.
Perhaps
This is
we'll
a
see.
store of champions.
Huh?
Grolid goes and pays his gold.
Yeah. William
Yeah,
Fox right behind him. Time to go.
And I don't say any more. And follow.
you get to more of like this pudgy, like copper dragonborn that's all right. Put your gear up on the counter. Yeah, it's just much more dry.
I thought he would be at the day. Is that all?
No, he's a sloth. Should be working at the DMV.
I was really hoping it would sound, and you almost got it, like droopy.
Like,
I
was thinking Porky Pig.
Put your gear on the counter.
Oh, well,
That's Droopy Dog. Yeah, that's awesome.
that makes me sad.
Yeah.
So yeah, it doesn't take too much time. You guys have kind of already sectioned out how much you feel like you owe, and this guy doesn't seem to be the bartering type. But if anybody tries to give less than what he's expecting, he'll just kind of look at you and say, "You want to go?"
The price is right.
Is everybody just paying market value?
I'm giving my 10 gold.
Yeah, whatever the actual amount is.
Yeah.
I've already.
Yeah, 24 for Grolid.
I've already deducted mine, so.
Yeah,
Was it
deducting
just
was
Willem that
bad.
topped off rations, or did other people grab more rations too?
I grabbed the rations.
I still got candy balls.
Yeah, I've still got my rations because I
I
did
think
use
Sounds like
that.
personal
Should
problem.
be up to 2
Whiskey.
weeks now, is what I'm carrying.
Yeah, but I got a full pinata of candy.
That's true.
Probably pink candy, too.
All right. Well, thanks for coming to the general. The exit's that way.
Thank you.
He points to a stairway that seems to lead up and in the same general direction that you had originally come from.
Do we get a
Alright.
little jingle as we exit? To get
Do you-
the stuff for your game online, go to the general and save some time.
And you make it back
Yeah,
up.
Grolid keeps walking.
Yep, to the top, and kind of the glare of the sun hits you as you come back out. It was dimly lit. There were kind of crystal structures here and there, causing a bit of a glow and some minor, like magical torchlight. So it's much brighter out here as you step out into the thoroughfare again.
Man, you're just capturing the full mall experience, aren't you?
Yeah, pretty much.
Sunlight.
As the shroom experience leaves us.
Ah, son, the bane of my existence.
And I think, let's see, it is 11:39. I think now is probably a good stopping point.
Yeah, I'm about
Yes.
through anyway.
We had Anna
Nice.
pop out, and Link won't be back till next week. So we'll see what you guys decide to get into at that point. So anything in the immediate, as soon as you step out, that needs to be said or done that you're afraid you're going to forget about.
No.
No.
All right. In that case,
Just heading back to the inn to take a long rest. So, because I need one.
You already have all your points. Don't forget to add that 1 point you got, too.
well, you need a long rest, but you've only been awake for like 3 hours. So just keep that in mind.
That was stressful 3 hours, though.
Steve, make sure you get that extra point so you're at all hit points.
Will do. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, if that's it for everybody, then thanks for tuning in. Well done on your first challenge win. We'll see what happens as a result of your request and what, if anything, you decide to do outside the city walls. So until next time, we'll see everybody later.
Woo! Goodbye.
Ciao.
Yep.
All right.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah,
All right, guys.
Funny paper.
Have a good week, everybody. See you